That's funny. We're doing it. We're live. Everybody's audio is on. Everybody can hear us. We're live.
Now what do we do?
Well, it's funny. The past few weeks, I've been doing something off, but it looks like everything is on. Like last week, Sam, your audio was off. Like all of y'all's audio was off. And remember we were having that little conversation with Tef, and you were like, well, Tef can read. Or he can hear me. And he was like, oh, no, Hungry Wolf. It was Hungry Wolf.
I was trying to talk to Hungry Wolf when you were like not having it.
But it was cool. He came. Maybe he'll come again today. Hungry Wolf's a cool guy. He's a smart, cool guy. Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf Kitchen.
So, I definitely enjoyed our conversation last time.
Yeah, he's doing ninja street food. I love that.
What the fuck does that mean?
That means he's like setting up like a out of license, operation business to sell yummy, delicious food.
Like fucking black market street food, is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, yeah, like that's basically any kind of like real street food has to be that way in our American society.
I'm about it. I'm not the person, like, people are like super scared to tell me when they're breaking the law or something. They're super scared to tell anybody, but I'm like, I'm the last person you need to worry about when you're doing that kind of shit, man.
Well, because like I'm sure even you, Joe, you have to have certain licenses, right, for you to sell your product?
Not. I mean, we have to have a business license, yeah. So.
Yeah, that costs money.
Nothing product specific, just to be a business. That's what we have to have. You know what I'm saying?
Would you be able to like just like set up in a park and just like produce a whole bunch of tea like and sell it?
Yeah. For the most part, as long as it was like a space that I was allowed to do that in, I guess.
But you wouldn't. The health code wouldn't have any kind of.
No, as far as serving tea goes, they don't care because it's so much like coffee and just like there's nothing to it. It's just hot water and dried herb. You know what I'm saying? So our health department does not care at all, honestly.
Yeah. What if you wanted to like set up like a stand to like make fried egg sandwiches or something and sell those?
I think the only thing that would maybe be a problem would be that I would have to
not scratch your nuts before you serve somebody a sandwich.
That's a good thing. Gotta not do. Yeah.
For food, it's a whole different story. So like, you have to like have your licenses to be a legit restaurant, and then once you are, you can pretty much set up wherever the hell you want.
No, yeah, so you have to be licensed. So yeah, if you were unlicensed and you just like set up street food to sell something, then you're like that's against the rules. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what we're talking about. Like there's a lot of chefs that are doing that, and like people should be able to do that because they can, take $50, buy food ingredients, make enough stuff to sell to their neighbors in their community to turn that around into, $500 and just continue to do that. Like,
absolutely. It should be like a lemonade stand. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Absolutely. Yep. I totally agree.
Well, but then if you're going to start a lemonade stand, then you're going to have to deal with Karen and Permit Patty.
Yeah.
See, and that's the thing about like here in Spearfish, it's a lot more difficult because they're anal about like where you can set up and
you
have to get a permit through the city to set up even on private property within city limits.
Wow.
Like you can't just like set up your coffee truck or your food truck wherever you want if you got permission from the people. You have to have gone through the city. So, but that's just the city of Spearfish. So.
Well,
as far as tea goes, no, we don't have any restrictions or anything. So.
I loved the street food. I mean, most of the world gets to enjoy street food. Like, they have nice restaurants, so you could go, you could sit down, have a nice sit-down meal, but then there's also just an abundance of, like, very casual street food vendors that make, like, very simple food, almost like snack-level food.
Yeah, where you can spend like $2.
Yeah.
See, that's not the street food around here is fucking awesome, and most of it's like really like quality based. You know what I'm saying? Like they're really intentional about their ingredients and stuff like that. But it's like $15, you know.
Yeah.
So and you're like, what if I don't want that much? What if I want one taco for like $2? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get 8 tacos for.
So he makes like tamales, or he makes something that like he can make in bulk and wrap it up and just have it easy to go. And he sells them for like a few bucks, and it's like a hearty thing to feed people, you know. But he has to like stand in like places where it's like not very safe, but there's high traffic. So like he knows all the traffic of all the different communities where he lives, and he just like sets up and he sells his stuff and he gets out of there. Being resourceful.
Yeah. Oh wow.
He buys the meat in bulk when it's on sale and then just does like big batches of stuff. It's great.
You got 2 fucking stove. Oh, okay, never mind. That is an old ass oven.
Wait, so Jeremy, are you like looking for a new place to live already?
Joe?
Yeah, Joe, yeah. Sorry. I'm so sorry, man.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, we've been here for a couple of years. We're looking for a more permanent spot.
Cool.
I need like a garage, like a shop. You know what I'm saying?
I got both of those.
Yeah, Sam, you're living the dream life. We know.
We know. That is for sure. This has got a big old fucking yard and shit. Alright, now I have to go in the fucking house hunt deal.
Oh, hey, Mike. My brother was saying in Austin that they have some small food carts they can register as a food trailer. The same license as a food trailer.
Okay.
Do they have electricity?
Sam. Hopefully. I hope everybody has electricity again.
I'm sorry, that joke was cold.
Yeah.
Even worse. I'm bad.
So
You're gonna get a kick in the head, Sam. That's what you're gonna get.
I deserve it.
There's a lot of people like really just like struggling. Like they're in the moment of struggling right now. It's like we were at lunch and my dad checked the temperature is 31 degrees in the middle of the day. For Austin, which is not used to that, Joe, like they are absolutely not used to that at all. Like they don't have the infrastructure to handle that, you know.
Dude, they're like people always talk about that up here, like, oh, fucking stupid. It's like, can you imagine not having a snowplow, man?
Yeah.
How much of a mess that is? Like, we bought our vehicle based on the fact that it had all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Like, not looking at anything that didn't have all-wheel drive. I would have bought a front-wheel drive Camry otherwise. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So yeah, they don't have snowplows at all. I don't even know how they dealt with that. Like the highways, because in the snow, I think just keeps packing on.
Right.
Like what? Austin has one plow. That's what my brother says. That plow is working so hard right now. They're using a chemical spray.
Oh, great.
Jeez.
That sounds so much better. I'm glad.
Michael, we're sorry. We hope that you have water and power and safety and warmth.
Oh.
How's y'all's weather, Joe?
It was, oh my God. My trailer court's like flooded. They closed off the road in here and everything. It is bad. So the weather right now is cold, sunny, not bad. It's like 20s maybe. But over the last couple weeks, we had that polar vortex thing come in, and it was so bad that it stayed like in the negatives for like almost a whole entire week. And Spearfish Creek freezes from the bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
So as it does so, the water that keeps coming down has nowhere to go. And so it just keeps going out and freezing and out and freezing and out and freezing. And so it just like the whole entire area down here is a big, just like ice rink. It's finally just starting to thaw out now, but it's a mess. Like you can only get into my trailer court through the alley. Up further, you can't go that normal road get coming in. It's been crazy. It's a hot topic around here right now because the creek is just like all the way above the bank, frozen. And it's wild.
What's going to happen when that shit melts?
What's that?
What's going to happen when that shit melts?
It will get worse for a little bit, and it'll get better. But right now we're kind of out of it because the way our trailer court sits, it kind of like goes down to the creek, and so really the three trailers on this side of us are kind of in trouble. And then
I'll be right back. We had somebody new pop in.
Okay,
the
cool.
one closer to us is kind of in trouble, but we're like just up on the edge of where we shouldn't really have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So like, super grateful, but nothing bad. Like it isn't like wrecking people's houses or nothing. I talked to one of the city guys that was down here looking at it. I'm like, is it, ruined anybody's house yet? And he's like, no, we're still doing pretty good. It's just really sketchy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's really nice out. Like as far as like for this time of year, I mean, it's sun's shining, it's looking good. So.
Cool. But it has the snow's all still there, yeah?
Yeah. There's probably about 6 inches on the ground right now. So, yeah, it's winter. You know what I mean? Nothing I can really complain about. That's for sure.
Yeah, my brother's saying that they have to boil their water, but he does have electricity back. Well, I think my brother had electricity the whole time. I think where he is.
Yeah, we didn't lose power or anything. That was good. I lost internet for about I don't know, half a day or something. But I don't even know if that was weather related, to tell you the truth. It's been pretty wild. I'll give you that. It was like negative 20 and shit for a while there. But
That's too cold.
nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing that is like out of the spectrum that we've ever seen around here. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh shit. It's like, well, it's got some crazy shit going on like usual. I mean, there really isn't a normal around here, so.
So we got some interesting characters coming.
Oh,
we got one who's got no video and the muted audio, and another whose only video is sharing the screen and I haven't heard any audio from. What's up, Al?
fucking, I want to go look at that.
That's sketchy.
I was listening to a podcast earlier, and they were talking about how basically like this whole lockdown, quarantine, and all that stuff is kind of just a picture of now and what's going on. None of this would have been possible, 5, 10, 20 years ago. I think the reason things are happening like they are is because of the technology and stuff that we have available to us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like because of the way social media is and the way our connectivity is and things like that, we can be locked down like this, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um,
Do the things that we need to do.
right, and there really wasn't a way for it to even for you to even enforce that, and to, you know what I'm saying? Before now, there really wasn't a way to instate something like what's going on. But now that we have all of this technology to support us, kind of just like dipping out of the quote unquote real world into the digital world for a little while, we can actually do that when something comes around. And the guy was talking was like, 100 years ago, this pandemic would have gone almost unnoticed. Like yeah,
Yeah.
they would have listed it as a disease, but
Mm-hmm.
it wouldn't have changed everything as we know it. You know what I mean? So I just thought it was super interesting as far as like Zoom and Facebook and all these other YouTube and all these other platforms that we use that keep us kind of all connected. We can sort of dip out like,
Mm-hmm.
where it wasn't possible not that long ago. I mean, even 10 years ago, it wasn't possible.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was super interesting. This is really nice.
Wait, I need to stop eating.
Just never mind, one thing after another.
I do that same thing, especially with chicharron.
It doesn't matter.
That's
what
why
it
I
is.
can't keep a bag of it around. I'm like, I'm buying this bag for Bitcoin's treats. I need to have it for his treats, but then it's just gone. I think I just need to buy another one of those like body pillow bags.
And then not eat it.
Yeah.
I mean, what about getting Bitcoin treats that you don't like?
Okay. That's a good idea. But the good that have that crunchy sound, because that's like all part of it's all part of the thing. Crunch.
Yeah. It's the crunch and the salt.
It's
Yeah.
the stuff for me, man. Oh my goodness.
So Laura is watching on Twitch, and she says we had a virtual class across the country when I was in 3rd grade. That was in 1998. It wasn't impossible. It's just easier now.
No, yeah, I'm not saying that possible by any means. It wasn't possible for it to be as widespread, and you know what I mean? Like it took
Yeah.
nothing for us to come inside.
So let's
Like
also take some context here. I don't want to. I'm not picking on Laura. In 1998, I'm pretty sure Laura grew up in like the San Diego area. She was able to have a cross-country virtual class in 1998. And how many people today, in the midst of a pandemic, still can't do that in other parts of the world?
that's fair enough.
Here we are 23 years later, and like that's not available to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not picking on Laura, and I think she would like what I'm preaching. Either that or she's just getting totally pissed off, but I think I'm
She said no, Jersey, LOL.
still not the point. Even more so, they had it in Jersey.
In my area, there would be no fucking way, So
Did you guys even have computers in 1998?
I had computers. They were just starting to try it out when I was in like when I had dropped out, but we still didn't have like personal computers. We had like computer lab, So like when I was like 16, 17, they were just barely starting in on it.
Oh, Laura, yep. Okay, no, Laura does agree with you, Sam. She says, and I agree, I spend all day troubleshooting with my low-income students. Sad face. It's true.
I got my first computer for, I think it was either when I graduated 6th grade or 8th grade. And it was an E-machine running Windows XP. And it was like the fucking shit.
Trying to think of the year that we got our first computer.
Oh no, that's when I got my own computer. I grew up like with a computer at the family since I was like 5.
I don't remember when we got our first computer. I remember we had one, and the only thing I ever did on it was play Wheel of Fortune. That was it. So I must have been older. But Michael, what computer was that? So my brother just said my first computer was a Pentium 5 with 6 gigabyte HD and got a sound card to record. So was my first DOS. I don't know what any of that meant.
I know what all that meant.
My first real computer is the one that we're on right now.
I mean, you've had your cell phone longer than that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, not this cell phone, but I've had a smartphone. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess my first real computer would have been a Note then. Samsung Note. But no, we had a real.
Hey, look what the cat dragged it.
Hi.
We had a real
Bearcat?
real computer, but it was not.
Bearcat is here. We were talking about our first computers.
We only had internet for a short while.
I don't even know
Basically
what mine was.
Something to play solitaire on.
Did you guys ever use Prodigy before AOL?
No.
You know,
I did use AOL.
I just know about Prodigy with the mohawk. I forget his name.
Oh, the DJ producer.
Yeah. I don't even remember that really popular song that was on MTV that had lyrics. But anyways.
okay, so yeah, the computers got sexy. Then Laura said her mom got the iMac, the blue iMac, clear blue iMac in 2000. I remember they used to be cool though when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like desktop? Or
yeah, the desktops, the big clunky one with the colors. So my brother has educated me that our first family computer was a 1989 IBM.
486.
What?
Probably like a 486 or something. That's what we had.
Michael, we had Prodigy with dial. I do remember dial-up. I don't remember Prodigy. I just remember the AOL discs. We had a shit ton of those. Those were fun.
We used those to make the centerpieces at my bar mitzvah.
that's great. Do I hear Bitcoin?
Yeah.
I thought I heard a cat at first. Maybe Sam had a cat
Yeah.
near the microphone, but I'm
Yeah.
no, that's a Bitcoin.
Yeah, Laura, my brother is T Mike Studio. He hangs out with us on Twitch and Facebook sometimes. Actually, a lot. He hangs out with us a lot. He's like my media director. He's the one that helps me set up everything that I do.
Well, he should come into Topia and hang out.
Yeah, yeah, Mike, come hang out with us. He comes here. He does come here. He does come here. I just remember him on my birthday, and he was on one, man.
That's the version I remember. But also, another time too, we were visiting him, I think, in Baja.
Oh yeah. He came in when we were in Baja. That was fun from the beach.
Yeah, he gave us a tour.
Yeah.
Is Kayla here?
Yeah, you don't see her?
Kayla, do you see Joe?
No,
No, I don't see Joe.
I saw a fourth taupe, but not a fourth video.
I see. Yeah, it was Joe.
But now it's okay. Here he is.
Oh,
Boom.
Were you talking to me? Hi, Joe. Sorry, I didn't see or hear you.
no, you're good. I just asked if you were here, didn't see you, and then refreshed. And
Okay, we couldn't see each other.
and now you're magically appeared. So
I have hardly anything to give Bitcoin in this, but I will give him. I can give him the shrimps and the squids, but the rest of it is like onions and avocados. Can't give him those.
Don't give him
Dogs
onions.
don't eat avo.
No, I don't think dog's supposed to have avocado. He loves avocado, but I cannot. I've heard
I
it's
know
not
Sir
good.
used to eat the heck out of some avocado, and he lived to be like 16.
Yeah. I give him
Anyways.
so much other healthy stuff. I don't know. I'll eat the avocado and the onion. He can have some shrimp. But I know, yeah, he's like crying like a little baby.
I have sad news, you guys.
What happened?
Oh no!
my guy.
Oh.
I know. I set it up for D&D. I was like, I'm gonna play in my bed tonight because I'm cozy, and it's just too small back there. And I went to get up, and it like knocked the whole tray over, and all my tea went flying.
oh
But
no.
luckily, it was just the lid, so
Okay.
like I could try to glue it, or I could be real careful until another one gets here. Do you have a
I
recommendation?
would definitely get another one. I have
Yeah.
certainly glued the lid back together on more than one.
Do you have a glue that has worked well with porcelain?
Crazy.
And
glue.
like, yeah, crazy glue. The heat doesn't make it less integrity.
No.
Okay,
No Gorilla Glue? I heard that's the hot one.
the one for
Or
heat.
that's the awesome glue for everything.
Okay.
I mean,
So
if it makes you feel any better, I definitely like dropped the lid on one of the super nice guy ones that Hannah got me from Marie, from Marie for Christmas.
Mm.
I dropped that in like all of the moving stuff.
oh yeah, that's a bummer.
I mean,
It happens.
yes, it's a bummer. It's probably the one that I'm like. It's probably one of the pieces of teaware that I'm most happy to have like broken the lid on because I just messaged Marie and they're gonna make me another one.
Yeah, they're sweet.
Yeah, this porcelain didn't have a chance. I was surprised I like took it out, hiking and backpacking and
Yeah, you
set
know,
it up
it
on
lived a good
rocks,
life.
and it's fine. But in my soft, cozy bedroom, no, it stood no chance.
My brother says that you should do the kintsugi, the gold
The
gold
gold?
repair,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Japanese gold repair.
I like the way you think, Mike.
Oh.
Will gold work with porcelain, though? Maybe. I don't know much about it. Ooh, this music right now.
This new age elevator music.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's like some cool synth shit going on.
Oh, we did it. We got Laura to come in.
Yeah.
Yay!
If we talk enough shit, Laura will show up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, especially
So,
when
hold on.
No, Laura's showing up. She's making her food and then she'll be here. We don't need to talk shit. She'll come.
I mean, we can though. It will make her show up.
Wait, no, she's continually refreshing until she gets the color that she wants.
Oh, she wants to be purple, I bet.
She wants to be purple.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's cute.
All right. Time to
Because we
drink
had
some
pink
tea.
Laura and then we had green, or we had like teal Laura.
She's all, wait, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with this setup. So you guys all finished the 36 questions?
Yeah.
Nice. Looks like you and Hannah had a nice practice together.
Yeah, we had a great time.
stealing pepperoni from one another, and yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it was a fun experiment and experience.
Mm-hmm.
I think it works well, Kayla. A lot of people were asking me the next day if we were planning to make that like something to do again and again and get people to experience.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I don't want to maybe facilitate every time, but I don't know. I'm open to do it again. Like, I'm
Way
open
too much
to get involved.
responsibility for me.
It's too much responsibility. No, it's not. It's just, like, I actually didn't anticipate answering the questions, and I ended up partnering and realized I was like, wow, I just, like, this is a fun experience, and I'm glad I did it, but I was, like, kind of not wanting to. And I was like, what? I just, like, held this workshop with a thing I wasn't even, like, wanting to do. That was really silly. But yeah.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
How many refreshes did it take?
Oh, she's pink though.
I gave up. I was trying to be purple. I got pink 3 times, green once, and then I was like, fuck this. I'm not playing this game with Utopia. I was like getting my stuff together anyway, so I just was like checking. I'm like, oh, still pink, like refresh, you know. Just being a brat.
That's
I'm
funny.
like, fine, I'm pink today. Whatever.
She's like, it's fine. This is fine.
I mean, I don't even notice the color I get. I got a cool color today. It's like what, like what is that?
Experiment.
Spearmint? I
Yeah.
like that. Pretty.
Yeah, that's a great adjective for that. The spearmint. Oh, what happened? I lost Sam.
Yeah.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. Maybe he's just refreshing. Yeah, Laura, you've
Does
never
it
met
have
my
headphones?
you've never met my brother. I'm sure you'll meet him soon. He comes around.
Yeah,
He comes around.
cool.
Yeah.
Since I have headphones in, if I chew and I'm not muted, you guys will have to tell me if you can hear me, and I will mute myself again. But I was curious.
Okay.
I'm okay listening to you chew.
Yeah, no,
I
some
think
people like subscribe to that sort of thing.
I mean, not everyone on Twitch maybe wants to hear me chew, so.
Yeah. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, cool.
You're good
Some
to
of it's
go.
crunchy. I've got like some ginger in here. That might be pretty crunchy. You know, some
Yeah.
peppers.
I think that as long as you keep your mouth closed, people are okay with it. Right? It's only like people that chew with their mouth open that like people
like
have
a,
an
like a
issue.
horse.
They have like a
horse
they have a
chewing?
phobia. They have a phobia.
When it gets like drool and like sauce all over the face and on the hands
I'm
too,
like
and then they're
sweating.
like,
Yeah.
"Here, can I do this? Let
Don't
me help
touch
you with
me.
your plate." Yeah.
Well, what's funny is like I will dumpster dive at a festival, and like that doesn't gross me out for some reason. But like seeing someone chew with their mouth open, like there's
Yeah.
no logic. Just
I mean,
calling
there's some
myself
pretty
out. I
clean
think it's
things
funny.
that get tossed out in dumpsters.
Yeah.
So I
Thank you.
I
for
also
affirming
feel
me.
more grossed out by people like actively mixing their saliva with whatever it is, like with me to see, and they're like breathing out the mixture of their own exhale and food particles. Like that bothers me
Yeah.
a lot more than dumpster diving.
Okay, cool. I'm not.
And maybe
I
that's
feel,
not
I feel
rational, but I
affirmed.
agree with you.
I love it. Thank you so much. Also, I remember that like the Twitch feed is like everyone else is relatively quiet compared to Elise, so they probably wouldn't be able to hear me too anyway. It would just be you guys dealing with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could turn up the audio specifically when you're chewing, if that's what you're requesting, Laura.
Maybe I'll start my own Twitch channel for that.
Just for chewing.
Mhm.
There'd be, I mean,
me chew.
that you would blow up. Like, honestly, Laura, if you consistently did that, you would blow up. Like, that's what causes people to blow up. But, you know, do you want to do that?
It's true.
Do I want to do anything?
I started to blow up over Mondays. It was like I wrote about man buns every Monday. I would like take a photo of a man with a man bun and write like a satirical description of him. And people loved it. And they were like taking pictures in public and sending me like, oh, I saw a man bun at dinner tonight. And I started to be like, is this what I want to be known for? I'm not sure.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, like anything you do consistently, I guess that's the thing.
Mhm.
That's the art. That's the what you
Yeah.
wind up being meaningful. My friend, did you guys ever see that? There's like this animated cartoon of like this gecko, and it's just the audio of this kid that allegedly was in a closet and tripping, and his friends recorded him, and it's like he's like very Staten Island, so it's like, hey, I'm walking here. Like the whole thing is really funny because it's like someone making no sense but sounding very New York. And there's part of it where he's like, whose chair is this? Not my chair, not my problem. That's what I say. He's just like talking to himself in a closet,
Yeah.
allegedly. Do you guys know what I'm talking
No,
about? I think
no.
Oh,
it's called what's it called? Sip it. It's like sipping on something. He's like seahorses. I love seahorses. Like it's just the most.
this is
Oh,
well
what's it called? Someone on Twitch, help me out here. What is it called? I'm at a loss. Hold on. But maybe Sam knows. Sam, do you know the thing I'm talking about?
That was a very unfortunate time for me to have a blue screen of death. I have no idea
Bummer.
what you're talking about.
Okay.
If you
let
tell me what
search
you're
for
talking about, I can let you know if I know anything about it. But I haven't been in the room for the last 5 minutes.
It's. I'm sorry. You're all good now?
I mean, define all
You're all
good.
good now? Okay. I mean, your tech is good
Did you know
now?
that the average adult has 5 to 20
Oh.
pounds of toxic
It is at the
poop in
moment.
their body at any given moment?
I don't know
Seems
what
crazy,
it's going
right?
to be when you start talking.
What is this guy think he's an
Okay.
Indian? What's
So-
he
All
got,
I
man?
know, all I know is
Fuck
you
is he
showed
doing?
up, started talking, and my computer crashed. So,
Hey, come on.
I found it,
Ooh,
Laura.
That's rude.
I found the video.
Okay, great. I was searching for it. I just can't remember like what's it called? Like sipping on something, sipping on cups. or something
Drinking
like
out of cups.
that? Drinking out of cups. Yep.
I
So
still
I mean,
don't
if
know what
you
we're
guys
talking
want to watch it,
It's got 3.7 million views on YouTube from
It's-
October 23rd,
it was-
2009.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
In college, this was like the thing. We would like smoke the weed and then we would watch the video and like crack up because someone just put like a
It's like
What,
a
like an
lizard
animated-
with like a
yeah, like a
headdress. He's
gecko.
wearing like an Indian headdress. So not only is he
for part of it. Yeah. Oh, it's super like it's not PC. It's also from 2009 and it's someone who supposedly was tripping on acid from New York, trapped in a closet, and their friends recorded him and then they put it to a cartoon.
yeah, it's interesting.
My point in bringing all this up is that I have a friend who just thought "not my chair, not my problem" was so funny that started the hashtag "not my chair, not my problem," and then like everyone would send him photos of abandoned chairs around San Francisco, and he got so many that he was like, "I have to make a coffee table book of these chairs, you guys."
Oh, cool.
So he put them together and made a book of all these like random chairs. And some of them are like, kids' chairs that have like a kid's name on the back of them. They're in the middle of like dirty San Francisco. It's just like silly. So yeah, what thing do you want to blow up for? Chairs, man buns, chewing. Take your choice. Take your
Making-
pick.
Yeah.
I learned yesterday that they named the fog in San Francisco, and it's got an Instagram page.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Carl.
I love Carl. That's like my
Carl.
favorite. That's the only Twitter account that I used to follow.
That's
Was
so
Carl
funny.
the Fog. Yeah, Carl with a K. Well, I always have these thoughts when there's fog
She's
here
all,
in
yeah.
San Diego. I'm like, yeah, I knew that one. Such a dork. I don't know how I knew that actually. I'm not like I wasn't born and raised in San Francisco. It was like one of the first things someone told me when I moved there though. But now I always wonder like if I'm in slow or if I'm in like, Marin even, or if I'm down here and there's fog because it's the same marine layer, is it like Carl, or is it like, do we not know their name
Right.
because so like people come and
I think
go,
it's Carl's
like transient? Right, Carl's cousin that like is just passing through, like, is it more because it's more consistent and slow and Marin, but down here, I don't know.
Yeah.
These are the thoughts I have while I'm out in nature by myself, in case you guys were wondering about Carl the Fog and his friends.
Carl
I'm
the
into
Fog.
it.
I love it. Tell me about his Instagram account. I don't think I follow that one.
I mean, it was a lot of just pictures of the Golden Gate Bridge. Is that what it's called? Yeah. And fog, and then the person who runs the account was, posting pictures of places they were traveling and stuff that were foggy or not foggy. Some of them were in the forest. Carl was present. I forget how I stumbled upon that yesterday, but I was laughing about it for a little while. Yeah. But I went somewhere really cool yesterday. It was in Bisbee, and I went to find a geocache called Hidden Treasures above Bisbee, and it was up this hill, like this very steep hill, for I don't know, a mile. And when I got to the top, there were crosses, which you could see from down below, but there were literally hundreds and hundreds of altars. And they were just like random little houses that were made, and people had made little like Buddha shrines and crosses, and there was like a Che, like a mural of him, like, but the rock was convex, right, where it's coming outward. And like they had painted it on there. It was like this 3-dimensional mural of him that someone painted in the rock face. It was
Who is Che?
incredible. I don't know how you say his name. I feel really ignorant for not knowing more. The image of the face. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up and become more informed.
This place sounds awesome.
Che, I'm gonna butcher it. Guevara,
Che Guevara.
Argentine. Sorry, Sam?
Che Guevara.
Yeah, Che Guevara. He's an Argentine Marxist revolutionary, physician, author, guerrilla leader, diplomat, and military theorist, a major figure of the Cuban Revolution.
Oh,
I see his image.
I can picture the face that you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it was like the Disneyland of geocache. It was like finding hundreds and hundreds of them all at the same time. It was like the Salvation Mountain of Arizona. I stayed up there for like 3 hours. It was real cold and windy, but it was very, very fun.
That sounds really special.
Yeah, I really love random places of art and reverence combined together. I just love altars. I love when there's candles placed and people burn incense and go there with intention and just like leave little pieces of, vigil and remembrance and, spiritual purpose. But there was also a lot of evidence of drug use, like murals being painted by psychedelic users. There was this mushroom. Here, I'll hold a picture up.
All I heard was drug use.
What's that?
I said all I heard was drug use.
Yep.
Yeah, Joe came back in at just the right time.
Yep. What drugs we using?
I'm in. No,
It was just painted on this rock, and it was this like real detailed psychedelic mushroom.
did you find that in real life?
Yeah.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah, I went and found like hundreds and hundreds of altars on this hillside yesterday in this like condensed area.
So cool.
How far did you have to drive to get there?
It's like half an hour.
Mm.
Yeah, Bisbee's a little minor town east of here, and it's through this beautiful canyon, and all of the town is in like it's on hills, and there's lots and lots of stairs. And it's like that's the first place I ever saw art cars in my life, like growing up. There was one woman who had a car that was like completely covered in Pez dispensers,
Cool.
and I would like see that at the post office growing up, and then be like, oh, she lives in Bisbee. And she's an artist that has this one room that's totally covered in postcards.
Hmm.
We were friends on MySpace for a while.
People do weird shit in the desert, man.
They do, and I love it. It's part of why I love it here.
No.
It's like, we got all this open space. Why don't we take all these used tires and like coffee cans and paint them and stack them up? And ooh, I got some pieces of glass, and let's put that in there.
Well, they're giving themselves something to look at.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? When you live in the forest or in the mountains or things like that, you've got something to look at. When you live in the desert, it's just like, you know.
Open.
No.
Totally.
Absolutely. We're also, the sun bakes your brain and makes you do weird shit.
What? I think it energizes you, make you more creative.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
like,
It can do both.
Tell me all about it, at least.
I believe in both. I've experienced both.
Sweet. Some of the coolest people I know are from the desert. So.
I don't know. I don't know if it's specifically desert, but like I've always grown up in very sunny, hot places.
Mm.
I think it's good, like overall for your whole body. It's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm gonna watch the last episode of Star Trek: Next Generation today.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Took me like 2 years to get through 7 seasons.
So exciting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't get into Star Trek, man.
No?
I've tried. It's like the soap opera version of Star Wars for me.
Star Trek's so much cooler than Star Wars. I'm definitely a Trekkie now.
I'm like a high
And I
fantasy
think Star
kind of
Wars
guy.
is cool, don't get me wrong. Like, but I really love, I've only watched Next Gen, so that's all I have to base it off of, but they're just so freaking like diplomatic, and they care a lot about consent and about integrity, and they're like traveling through space attempting to be and do that. And I like it a lot.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just very attracted to like high fantasy shit. Star Wars isn't even the example that
Mm-hmm.
I'm more into like Tolkien and like a bunch of the stuff that I like isn't movies, it's books. So, or like Game of Thrones, for instance, the books are fucking amazing.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's been ruined with the whole
Yeah.
TV series thing, but the books,
I'm still mad.
Yeah.
the books are awesome.
It's pretty tragic. Have you ever played D&D, Joe?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah? Cool.
I've been playing Magic since I was like 10, so
Nice.
I'm very much into the strategy game. That's right. Like that was my main hobby as a child.
Cool.
Like that was fantasy stuff.
What's one of your favorite characters that you've played?
I'm
I love that
usually
you gasped. That was your first reply to that.
I usually go for more like rogue type characters, a little bit more interesting, a little bit more manipulative, I guess, if you will. I like to manipulate.
Persuasive.
Yeah, persuasion. There you go.
You were persuasion a lot.
Things like that. Yeah. So I play.
That tracks.
It's like I play blue in Magic, which, if you know anything about Magic the Gathering, that pretty much says everything right there. So
I know very little, but I've
yeah,
seen people who like play tournaments and are very, very into it.
it's a pretty awesome game. It taught me strategy, and it taught me how to. It definitely shaped the way I think. It's an interesting game for sure. They've kind of ruined it now. I feel like anything that goes so long starts to run. If it's not totally open ended, kind of like D&D, they start to run out of ideas, and you know what I mean, things
Yeah.
like that. So stuff inevitably falls apart if it can't completely reinvent itself in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the cool thing about D&D is there was never a certain way to do it in the first place, you know.
Yeah, it was all just the characters creating a world in
Yeah.
real time.
Well, and you can do it in so many different like universes and by so many different versions of the rules, and like I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
there's no one way. So.
I was noticing Sam's face, and it made me curious what you were thinking about D&D.
No, nothing to do with D&D. I honestly wasn't.
Okay.
I got a text. Hannah had to go to Yosemite to meet the doctors there.
Mhm.
And apparently they want her to come once a week to do the PT for their clinic. And yeah, so like, good news. That's what I was smiling at.
How far is it?
Cool.
Plus I got a picture of Hannah. Plus she sent a picture like from like the iconic tunnel view.
Nice.
Is it all covered in snow right now?
No,
No.
definitely there is snow, but it's not like covered.
Yeah.
How far is that from home?
To get to the valley floor is like an hour.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
No, I mean we live about as close to the park as you can without like yeah. There's not a whole lot of housing closer than where we are.
Right on.
Are any of you chess players?
Yes.
I like it, but I'm not good at it.
Okay. Well, I have a philosophical question that I've been asking, and I want to pose it in the tea house. Which chess piece is most like a Buddhist monk? If any input on that.
Which chess piece is most like a Buddhist monk?
Specifically a traditional Buddhist monk.
I like that because I've had a couple friends be like, it depends on the Buddhist, and that's their answer, and they give me multiple. So I like that route as well.
Yeah,
And
because
I'm
that's kind of where I'm at. There's different versions. There's Taoist Buddhism. There's Hindu Buddhism. You know. So.
I don't know a lot about Buddhism. Period.
Okay.
I would say the pawn though, because they don't really do a whole lot, and then when the opportunity arises, they can do whatever they need.
That was my first thought.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard that.
I don't really know how to answer that question. The monk to me is kind of the wild card, the outcast. And that's, for instance, that's why traditional Buddhist monk or traditional monks in general wear the orange robes. It's to represent they're wearing the same clothing as convicts, criminals. It's kind of a play on them being the outcasts of society. And so I don't know if the monk would even be on the chessboard. Is kind of where I'm leading to.
That's different from what I've heard the orange is for.
What?
I've heard the orange is for it has to do with and I don't remember what the diagram is called, but like in feng shui, right? You have the elements and the corners and whatnots, and that orange represents like the hermetism. So maybe it's related, but
Could be, yeah.
but I always think of the monk as like in the cave, the hermit, like. So
Well,
I don't play chess.
Thing is the
But is
outcast of society. The outer,
similar, but I think outcast says like that you've been outcast versus the monk is like I must go to the forest now and live in a cave, and then I will come back and be a layperson, or then I will come back with you lay people when I've accomplished my thing.
Well, I think the difference there is the monk chooses to outcast himself.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Is
Whereas
there
the convict was outcast by society.
Right.
The monk
Right.
chooses to go do the same thing but intentionally. Shaves his head, gets rid of his identity, brings himself back to neutral, and then come back, like you said, comes back as a lay person,
As a pawn to benefit
yeah,
community.
yeah.
I want to hear what the other answers were, Kayla.
Here, I'll find them. Yeah, the one about the pawn was
That was my
still here.
similar to what you said.
So if I had to choose, I guess that's probably my answer. That was immediately what came to mind.
So this person had a second answer, but the part about the pawn is, or perhaps any random pawn follows a spiritual path and may ascend to be a more productive member in the community. But they also said the king piece is from the warrior saints tradition. He does nothing or moves only one square at a time, but all the other pieces are greatly influenced by his choices.
The monk would not take the power like the king piece, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only qualm I have with that. I dig the behavior part,
Mm-hmm.
but as far as the symbolism of what the king is, I don't know if that quite aligns it.
That's why I love this question, because there is like not a right answer, and there's so many ways to interpret it, and it could be based on your understanding of Buddhism or chess or both. And it can be about the way the chess piece moves. It can be about the symbolism. I love hearing what people have been saying about this.
Okay, so my answer, if I
This music
actually
is
have to
lovely.
pick a piece, is the pawn. But if I don't, and I can give you my specific answer, it's that the monk is not playing the game.
Here, the monk's not on the board.
Right.
He's not playing the game.
Well, that's the
He's
whole
on the
point,
mountaintop,
right? He's
not
left.
playing the game.
Yeah, he left.
That's kind of the point. Yeah.
That's what I
Cool.
heard. Fun.
I love.
Where's this music coming from?
It's the room.
It's lovely.
I like it too.
It's like upbeat
Elevator music.
It's upbeat. It's happy. It's like if I was waiting.
Wait,
you know,
is elevator
for
music not
something.
usually happy? I always remember it being happy.
No, it's super neutral to me usually.
She's all, it's
this
basic.
is
What elevator?
no neutral.
Neutral.
Neutral's basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
She's
it's
all, "No,
basic.
that's not the
Like
word I
the
meant."
technical definition of lo-fi is basic.
Cause if I'm calling something basic, yeah, like lo-fi beats might be basic, but I fucking love them. So like Avatar, like if you type in like Avatar lo-fi beats
Yeah.
on YouTube, like that's
I
what I
love
listen
that
to all the time. Like that's probably basic. But I love it.
Uncle Iroh thrown in there, like
Come on.
Yes. Wait, the 1 hour Uncle Iroh one
Yeah!
is by far my favorite.
I love that you know about that. That's great.
Uh,
Oh, I'll be in my space like watching that, and as it comes on, I'll re-watch the opening credits so I can like practice my bending with the cartoon. Yeah,
I want to watch Avatar with you sometime, Laura. Oh, holy cow!
we should.
I
I want
I
to.
could,
I
like,
want to
re-
like LARP Avatar.
I want to watch Avatar
What are we
too, and I
doing?
want to do like the Ember Island players' rendition of the entire series, but like with us.
I don't know what Ember Island is. What-
So the the episode before the finale where they go to see the play of themselves, those are the Ember Island players.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, awesome. Yes, that. But also, did you watch Legend of Korra?
Yeah.
Because then we could do the arena too. Like it could be like Quidditch, you know, like you can LARP Harry Potter, or you could do Quidditch. Like it's
We could
within.
pro bend, you mean?
Yeah,
We could be
pro-bend,
pro-benders?
Thank you.
Okay.
Pro-benders. Wouldn't that be so cool? Except there was no air.
Would you be an already existing character? Or
Was
would
there
you,
air?
like create your own? There was no air pro benders because
Right,
they
yeah.
were only the like air acolytes on Airbender Island.
Right. Thank
And
you.
they're all monks
I love it.
removed from society.
Exactly.
They're not playing in the game on the
And
chessboard.
right, and he had such a problem with the game, but then he realized that the game was part, and you have to love it all.
I love that
so
we tied
involved.
that shit
That
together
show's
with
amazing.
Avatar.
It's so good. Yeah, it's. I think it's the best animated series that's ever been.
Yeah. Period.
Period. Not even like mainstream, like I said, basic. It might be
Yeah.
basic. It's still the best.
It's
Just like Star
hands
Wars.
down.
Star Wars is pretty basic now. Like everyone loves Star Wars, but it's still great.
Yeah.
mhm. Mhm.
Basic. There's like this immediate whoops, I think I just broke the phone.
Oh.
Anyway, there's like this automatic assumption that basic is a bad thing. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree either, but like it's still basic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like basic. I like simple. I've had too much complex and complicated and fucking extreme in my life that I'm happy with basic now.
I feel
But
though
you
that
also
like,
like metal. And metal's not basic. Metal is like the opposite of basics. Talk about complex, but you know what I mean? You still like both.
Thanks for recognizing.
Sorry, Elise, I didn't mean to cut
I
you
feel
off.
like if you're trying to like set a trend or innovate or like you have to like, you can't be in the basic state of mind. Like, it's okay to be in the basic state of mind and to appreciate it, but like, and I think where that's where people get offended, because like, especially in terms of like fashion, like even people's personal idea about fashion, like the last thing they want to be is basic. They want to be unique, and it's like people don't like to call themselves a hipster because like hipsters is what everybody is, you know, but it's like,
I see you drinking that cold brew out of a mason jar. No.
but if
With
you really
your
want to be doing
leather
something, you
suitcase.
know, unique and different, yeah, you gotta be, you know, more complex and nuanced. And
I don't know if
But wait, because at one point hipsters were nuanced and I still, some hipsters are still nuanced and complex, but it's when I feel like basic is when it shifts to like the gen pop, and then it becomes the basic thing because everything had its point where it was so original and so new, right, and innovative. Like in 2005, if you were wearing high-waisted jeans, like that was hip.
cool.
And then all of a sudden in 2010, it was like, well, now it's basic because everyone does it.
yeah,
I think
So,
Right.
so is it more about the commodification?
just like man buns. Man buns are super hipster and super basic.
Mhm.
important that we
Mansions will
identify
never
where
not
we
be
define-
amazing to me, but in society, yes.
I think
I
it's
have no,
important that
I
we
have no qualms with
define,
a man bun.
what exactly we mean here by basic, because I guess I was taking basic more as simple, and it doesn't.
Well,
mean
that's
it's
the
not
literal
nuanced.
meaning of it.
It doesn't mean, well, see,
Yeah, that is the
simple doesn't
Oxford.
necessarily mean not nuanced.
No, I think basic is like baseline, right? Like
Right.
what's the baseline thing that everyone's doing? That's the
Right.
And
basic.
And like Laura was saying, it shifts and mutates depending on like what's cool or hip or.
But overall,
That
it's
widely
homogenized.
considered the most
Overall, it's
popular thing to be
homogenized.
Basic.
Say it again, Elise.
Overall, it's homogenized. Just like,
Yeah.
the hipster look back in like 2007, 2008 was very cool and
Right.
very unique. It was very, very unique. Only like certain communities of like really hip neighborhoods were starting to get hip to it. And now it's something that like you could be in the middle of nowhere and see and see hipsters walking around, and it's like, okay, this is
Totally.
It's not just the PNW
Totally.
thing anymore.
Wait, right, exactly, yeah.
it's
Or
become
like
the
a
mainstream
liberal area,
fashion
too, right?
Yeah.
It kind of messes with my brain because we make these assumptions about styles and the way people dress that makes us think that they're a certain way because of, you know, experiences and the communities around them, right? So like hipsters, like I was friends with a bunch of hipsters, and like the kids that like started cutting their hair themselves and wearing like real tight things from like Goodwill and like high school, right?
Yeah.
And then they all went to art school. I'm like, yes, those are the true hipsters. So then when I see someone that's dressed that way or has an archetype that they like to dress in that way, and that archetype is out, and I'm meeting them in that regard, then my brain starts to web or like map with the people that I knew that were like outside of the box thinkers and, you know, went to liberal arts schools and voted for Obama. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden they're not. And my brain's like, skirt, I'm so confused.
Because you're getting older.
To
Yeah.
me, like, yeah, that's an indication that like, oh no, this isn't the same thing anymore. This is the basic version of that thing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The homogenized version.
It's
My
like-
brother wants to remind us that basic is also an alkaline, in scientific
Right.
perspectives, not
Oh,
acidic.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That input and
Thank
perspective.
you.
We need to bring that in all the sectors of basic.
That's a good point.
Another topic I really love is asking a room full of people to define what a hipster is and hearing what everybody says. I did this with my cousins in like 2016. None of our prerequisites for hipsters were like similar.
Flannel
And there was
shirt,
like 4 of us.
flannel shirt, suspenders, handlebar mustache.
Okay.
So hipster is defined by
Whoa. See,
appearance.
that's like a gastropub craft beer hipster to me, which is like a totally different realm.
It's like a subgenre of the umbrella hipster.
It's
I
totally
feel like
different to me.
hipster is almost like a fashion statement more than anything.
It was a lifestyle.
It was
This
a
is, like-
lifestyle. Yeah, it was like I make my own soap and I make all, I don't like buy consumables as much as I try to like source them locally, and like that's a hipster.
When
That's in my mind.
the way you're saying it
That's a
is
mindset
hipster.
then.
What you're saying isn't hipster. You're just like the way that I do
bye,
this
Sam.
thing, and
He's probably
you
going to
know.
get somebody.
Oh, I see. They have purple.
Yeah.
I do want to back up a little bit though. Hear me out quick.
Okay.
When you say basic, that makes a whole lot more sense, and I completely agree with you, Elise, that you might not want to be basic in that sense, because I feel like the way that we're defining basic here is like you said, homogenized or kind of bland and almost what's popular, like
Mhm.
what,
Yeah.
like what's in the general population, as you'd said before, or what's mainstream.
Mhm.
So, like, as far as music goes, lo-fi is very not basic in that sense, because there isn't. It's not in the general population. What is basic as far as music goes is like radio pop and rap and all the crap that's out there on your generic radio stations. You know what I'm saying? So, how we got
I
here?
don't know if
I
it's
think a
classified
lot more
music as basic,
people.
though.
A lot
You're
more people
what?
listen to lo-fi than you think.
I
Yeah,
mean,
so
that's
many people
fair.
listen to lo-fi. It's very, very, very popular.
It's super
Like,
popular.
you go to any college dorm, like everybody's gonna have that girl in front of her computer with the headphones on and the lo-fi music.
Yeah.
That's why it's always the same image. Wait. Okay.
Yeah.
It's always the same. Have you seen the one of Bernie's filibuster?
Oh yeah.
Speaking of- it's Bernie doing his filibuster from like what, the 90s or the 80s or something,
Yeah.
and then it's lo-fi beats behind it, and it's like
I have
It's
heard of
the-
that.
best. It's so good. I will send it because it's
Dude.
so good. If you're like, I need inspiration, I need to remember that like there's at least one representative that like actually seems to give a fuck about me. Because he's been saying the same
I
thing
could
since
see
the 80s.
lo-fi
I'm
as
just a
a
lo-fi.
genre of basic, like you were talking about.
I'm not
but
saying that it's bad. It's just
No, I'm-
like
I totally dig.
it's everybody's listening to it, and that's a good thing, because it's poppy. At least it's like poppy and kind of upbeat. It's like
It's pleasant.
it's pleasant. There we go.
Yeah.
I don't know about upbeat. Some of the stuff that I listen to is like super chill. You know what I'm saying? So
But the whole point is like it's hard to not like it.
right.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing offensive about
Yeah, it's
it.
unoffensive.
There's nothing dissonant. It's just pleasant.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, in a world,
Sorry.
in a
It is
world
fun.
where we're just like overwhelmed with fucking stimulation, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's really nice to have some music that's just like
Chill.
chill.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of Kenny G of E EDM.
It's the elevator music of EDM, you guys.
That's what we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, before you had got
So
here, we-
the cool kids 40 years from now,
You're muted, Laura.
what are they going to think of our lo-fi from this era?
Yeah.
Hopefully
I
Bernie.
don't wonder why it doesn't have smell of
Oh,
it.
nice. Thanks, Laura.
That's one of those things
Yeah.
where, like, it's like the smooth jazz of that's where it came from. You know what I'm saying? It's like that smooth, chill
I
jazz.
love jazz.
So smooth chill jazz is like kind of snubbed at by young people. You know what I mean? Like that's
Right,
like
because it doesn't
that's
have
like for like the old people's jazz station on the radio,
because it doesn't have a 4/4
I love a
beat behind it.
jazz.
I do too, but it's
The
just
local
'cause
ones.
it doesn't have that predictable 4/4 beat that you know what I'm saying that lo-fi does, where it's just like
Bye, Jim.
If I need to read or study, it's lo-fi that's like actually lo-fi, not like, you know, exciting,
Yep.
or jazz.
Yep.
Like the jazz station from San Mateo.
Or
like
Ham
the
Pam.
local,
Yeah.
Or
or what?
Ham Pam. On that note, if you
Ham
guys,
Pam just puts me to like I'm like
if you guys
I'm
have
ready
never
for
heard of Yatal, please check out Yatal.
So pause for a second, because I heard, Laura, you described lo-fi as something that's not like upbeat.
I did too. So.
Right. So
No,
the
I said
lo-fi
some
is
lo-fi.
low fidelity,
Mhm.
which is really referring to an audio quality,
Right.
not anything
not-
Right.
to do with the
I feel
actual.
like the genre is not actually defined by that though. Like, you
I
know,
said if I'm gonna study, I have to listen to a lo-fi, not like an exciting lo-fi. And I mean low like low energy. I don't mean L-O, I mean L-O-W. A low. Do you see what I'm saying? Here, I will sign it. Low. Where's W?
I think it's really funny because if you listen to lo-fi beats through really good speakers, it sounds really good.
yeah, it's not
Hence the Journey thing I'm about
It's
to
not
watch.
actually low fidelity. It's like
No.
fake
Yeah.
low fidelity. We're like pretending
Yeah.
to
word-
not be hi-fi.
I use the word chill hop a lot for that reason right there. So
Oh yeah, chill hop
That's
and
so
chill set.
yeah, well,
It's
chill hop-
ironic, which is the hipster, ethos.
Yeah.
So,
Be
so
ironic.
then Sam, when people say that like the tea house vibes are like tea house lo-fi vibes, that's not accurate then, because that's not the same.
I've never heard tea
We're not-
house vibes be. I've never heard tea house lo-fi vibes. I've never heard somebody say that.
Really? Like the idea of like the music that no?
That's definitely what's gonna be played.
Definitely not the music that plays when Papa Bear's doing.
Well,
Saturday
not when there's live music, like just
right?
the standard
Yeah.
bass line of like, you know, what
I-
should be on at the tea house when there's not live music.
When my tea house opens, there's gonna be lo-fi playing in there. I promise.
I just
Yeah.
remember like, you know, certain things like, you know, that's why we had like a specific iPod. Like everything that's on here is fine to play, and we can't just be like plugging in and playing stuff. And I swore the term was like lo-fi.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I could be
I
wrong.
have an association in my head about what you're saying.
It might be like
There's-
It makes sense to
pre-approved.
me. Like it's like I expect there to be music of that nature in a tea house. If it's not straight up like, what is that one-stringed Japanese instrument with the pick?
or like
or-
a Mojang or something.
Tempura?
Yeah.
Tempura? No.
there's
don't know what it's
there's a
called.
bunch of like world music that's appropriate
There's a
for
Yeah.
a
Bunch of
tea
weird
house.
No,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
definitely world
So
music,
world
definitely-
lo-fi beats?
But there's a bunch of those ones. There's a bunch
No,
of those.
lo-fi is just like one of
I'm
the
just
tea
being a
houses
jerk.
within this space.
Right, like we're in the lo-fi tea house. There's another one that's playing smooth piano jazz,
Yeah. And there's another one playing hand pan.
which is just a whole bunch of like Bill Evans, which to me is like super dope.
My
Are there
brother,
any punk rock tea houses
no,
or like metal tea houses?
No,
we tried.
Out.
I tried to play metal lo-fi on my stream one night, and that just went down a really bad rabbit hole.
Chon.
Wow.
We could do Chon in the tea house.
What'd you call it? What band?
It's a band called Chon. CHON.
Joe's all
Elise,
down.
what was your brother saying?
Yeah.
Oh, my brother says, "Let me put y'all on TV so I can turn you off." My brother's making dad jokes.
Why?
good
What
judgment.
did he say? What did he say before that?
I don't know. I mean, he said hipster is the blues to the new culture. That's his perspective. Granted, my brother lives in Austin, so hipster culture is very country blues.
Yeah.
And Jim, who lives in Portland, he just said keep Portland weird.
That's fair. I agree.
Portland was one of
Power
those
on in Portland.
early mover hipster cities for sure.
So your
And-
brother has power and heat, so that's good. Does he have heat as well as power? I'm guessing he has power. if he's
He
on the
does, but it's very expensive. They're price
Like
price
just right
gouging
now,
right
or-
now. Well,
They're
yeah,
gouging.
yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know if it's really technically price gouging, but like energy is more expensive right now, like way more expensive. I think he was saying it was like $20 an hour.
Wow.
So
To keep his home heated?
yeah.
$20 a kilowatt hour.
For the electricity.
Yeah, I don't know what he just sent me a text. So he was like trying to keep his house warm without running his heat. But now they're all on like a water boil thing.
Right.
You know, I think the water treatment places or whatever are like compromised. So you got to boil your water.
That'll keep them warm.
If they have gas to boil their water or electricity.
I'm just worried about Michael's tea tree. Michael's tea tree is outside on the porch.
Oh.
I'm not used to this kind of weather.
When's
Neither
the
is Bitcoin.
tea tree?
It's a big tea tree. He's been keeping it for like 7-8 years now.
When is
Wowie.
it time to plant tea trees?
What's that?
When do you plant tea?
When do you plant it?
Yeah.
Like when do you germinate it? Anytime. You can germinate anytime, and then you plant it like February. You know, when it just starts to warm up, right before it warms up.
That depends on where you're at, though, too. So
I think that, but you want to like grow it for like at least 3 years in its in like a safe environment, like a nursery type environment.
well, yeah, it's kind of like any other bush. You know what I mean? You kind of want
Mhm.
to give it a few years before you really do anything with it. So.
Yeah.
Who is this Panthero?
I don't know.
That's the thing about the tea house growing is we're just gonna be like, who the fuck's creeping?
This
Who's
is
that?
Panthero.
Hello.
He's-
Hey, everyone.
Panthero's
Hi.
new in Tokyo.
Hi, welcome.
Oh, cool.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Bitcoin's even saying welcome.
We've got Elise here. Elise is currently live streaming on her Twitch stream. And then we got Joe, who has a small herb company. Kayla Bear is a new tea enthusiast, and Laura is old time tea family.
And
awesome.
Sam, the weird hub of all of it. So
So
Hi.
welcome to the tea house.
yeah, man.
Thank you.
Do
Yeah.
you drink tea?
Just some herbal stuff.
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool.
What's the anise? ANNIS? ANIS?
ANISE, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Mm,
You like anise? Wow, that's a strong one.
that is strong.
To say the least, that is a strong one.
Potent.
You like
Yeah,
the
so
flavor.
My sister went to Peru and she brought some back, and
Ooh,
so
nice.
Right from the source.
yeah.
That's cool.
I gotta make some tea. I haven't had
Panthero,
any tea.
how did you find the tea house or Topia?
I found Topia. I don't know. I think it was an ad, but then I joined and I met Brian the greeter, and he said that there were a lot of different worlds. So I just Googled some and I saw this one, so I tried it out. So
Nice.
Yes, 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 yes.
Cool.
Yeah. We love you. Yeah, this is so cool. This is so cool. We're trying very hard to attract people to come have tea with us, you know? So
That's
yeah.
what we do. We just sit in here and talk shit.
We philosophize.
yeah.
The shit.
Where are
Talk
you
shit.
located,
Yeah.
Panthero?
Am I talking shit?
What was that, Sam?
Where do you live? Or where are you?
I'm from Utah.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Are you Mormon? No, I'm just kidding.
That's always
No,
a valid
I
question.
am actually. So
Sweet.
Yeah.
Shut up.
yeah.
We had an
Oh man.
What happened to Alan? At least?
I don't know where you went.
Alan's been busy. He says that he keeps trying to come. Yeah, because we have a friend that lives just outside of Salt Lake City
Okay, cool.
that comes
Oh,
to the
yeah,
tea house.
good.
He's a tea student, avid tea student.
That's awesome.
But
There you go.
Just FYI, we do not judge on any. So
Thank you. Yeah, I don't either. So
yeah.
One of my dearest friends is Mormon, or I don't know what she would consider herself. She's certainly spiritual, but she was raised Mormon and still often, goes to the virtual churches.
sure. That's awesome.
If anything, I encourage people of different, religions and ethnicities and spiritual teachings to come in here, because then we get to ask questions and be like,
Yeah,
"What's
there you
that
go.
like?" You know. So.
If their boundary allows us to, we can ask
Yeah,
questions.
if I
Yeah.
cross your boundary,
Thank you for Laura.
if I cross your boundaries, just tell me shut up. We're good.
No, tell him to shut the fuck up. Yeah.
So you're cracking myself
You're.
up.
This is a safe place to do that, and we welcome that. We have strong skin, and we like to talk things out. So.
Good.
We had an in-depth conversation about boundaries last week, and that was a roundabout. That was a rewind.
That was a callback.
Brief rewind. Yeah.
I just want to say, like, I almost tagged all of you guys on Facebook the other day because that was such a good conversation. I walked away from it. Like, it has enlightened so many different situations over the last, like, week. I had a situation where, for instance, one of my black friends, he posted a picture of, like, it was like this dual picture, and the top one was like a black guy and his two daughters and they all had guns, and then the bottom one was like a white family and they all had guns, and they were like posing with their firearms. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing like crazy. It was just like yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And he was basically in the comment thread trying to be like, all of the white people would come in and be like, well, it was like a spot the difference, the spot the difference photos that we were shown as kids, and you're like,
What is your unconscious bias regarding both of these photos?
right, exactly. And he was trying to say, hey, come in here and just like listen, and nobody would. Everybody came in, well, this is what's wrong with this one, and this is what's wrong with this one, and this and he was just trying to like open space for black families to come in and say, you see these differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're the same photo to you. However, he did
To
say
our
it,
experience.
but it like clicked in my head that like, oh, he just wants you to sit in here and listen, and there's no problem to fix. Wow. Super enlightening. And I like walked out of that and I'm like, guess where I learned that one? Like, that was fun. So yeah, thank you guys for that conversation the other day, 'cause it was great.
I walked out of that
Joe.
conversation and walked right into a conversation where I felt like at the very beginning my boundaries were violated, and I just turned around and walked out.
You were like,
That's what it takes,
I
though.
have a boundary. Here it is, and it's gonna stay right there, and I'm gonna go over here.
It was just very clearly like this conversation started, and I was like, yeah, this is not what I need to be a part of right now, and I just turned and walked out.
Is
You
this
got
in
the
real world or Topia?
What?
Was this in
was
the real world?
it was in Topia, so it wasn't as dramatic.
Was it tonight when you walked out? Did we
No,
assault your boundary?
This was last week.
No, he was saying right after the conversation.
Right after last week's conversation about boundaries.
He walked right into someone
I
pushing.
walked right into some like shit that was like not what I had space for at the moment, and
Okay.
I just like turned and noped right out of there.
Snowprint, nope.
I, like didn't say goodbye because it was like a group of people, and it was just like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna just step out, no
Yeah.
problem, nothing to see here.
Yeah, just it was that whole problem thing. Like, it's a natural impulse for me to walk into a situation and kind of go, okay, what's wrong and how can I fix it? And
Yeah.
that's a
We were
useful.
talking about this earlier.
That's a useful skill. It's a very useful skill. However, it's not for every situation. And that it just kind of shines some light into some dark corners of the way that I act when I'm not paying attention. You know what I'm saying? When I'm not like fully conscious of like what I'm doing, and I'm just like, I like walk in and I'm like, oh, problem, fix it. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
my responsibility
default.
to tell you how I think this problem should be fixed. And all good intentions. Like Laura came in late in that conversation and she's like, I know you're coming from a good place. And I was.
The whole time.
I was coming from a super good place, but it was like, sit down, motherfucker. You know what I mean? That's like, it's like when you go to a lecture and somebody's up on the stage talking and there's that one guy in the back that's like, you know what I mean? It's like, fucking shut up, dude. We weren't here for that.
Can I ask a clarifying question? What do you mean by, but one time this happened to me and I don't think what you're saying, yeah, that guy in the back of the lecture hall.
I mean, there's
a meme.
There's
Is
a
there a
meme
meme?
that says like, all right, class, today it's like teacher. All right, class, like today we're gonna talk about white privilege. We're gonna give examples of white privilege. And someone's like, oh my God, like not this again. Come on. And she's like, great. Does anyone else have an example?
Yeah,
Great example. Anyone else have another one?
great example.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Joe, do you
No,
feel like
I
that-
get it, Joe.
Joe,
Sorry,
do you
Sam.
feel like that quality is like inherently ingrained into us as men?
What's
Definitely a
ingrained in you?
masculine thing to go fix the problem kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. To
Yeah.
be fixers.
Mm-hmm.
This is part of one of the, yoga trainings that I took in the Kundalini system. Like part of the philosophy is that men and women are very different. And it takes a lot from like the Sikh tradition. So some of the things I really appreciate, like where they say, when a woman's pregnant, like she really shouldn't be on her feet. She should have, the men in her life and the women in her life, and everyone is basically like to help her and to like massage her feet every night. And like there's some really dope stuff in there for the feminine energy. But it also says or thinks that men and women or female or feminine and masculine energies and people that embody those more often than others have certain ingrained communication styles. And so I learned from that every time I talk to my significant other about like planning something, or if I wanted to like have an open discussion about something, I had to be really clear and say like, hey, I'd really like to have an open conversation, not a solution, but I'd like to think about the idea of maybe going to the beach this weekend. You know what I mean? Like something really simple to where I could actually have them say like their thoughts instead of immediately jumping to, she wants to do that thing, but we're supposed to do this other thing. And now I have to figure out the timing. And you're like 5 steps ahead. I'm like, like I didn't even get to tell you, I didn't even get to hear if you want to go or not. Do you even want to go? And like to reframe it all. So I don't know. I think society has ingrained some of that.
Yeah.
And
I don't
maybe
think it's
some is
bad,
also
though.
like natural, Sam.
I don't think it's-
Hunter-gatherer.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a useful skill, but it's also useful to know when to like turn it off for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
Same with nurturing.
how often are people just trying to vent and like express themselves to you, and there's not actually something to fix?
Right. But then how often are there things to fix? It's both. Very much both. Like, it's super useful to just be able to walk in and be like, whoa, 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 whoa. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit, that about went really wrong.
But no, you gotta ask if they want your feedback.
You got to be able to read this situation really well. That's
So
what it comes down to. It definitely.
there's a funny intersect though, because this is also how soldiers are trained, right? To act. You have to, or doctors or nurses, like anyone that's right, or like firefighters, maybe
First
police, I don't know
responders.
what their training's like. First responders, thank you. All these people that need to act right away.
Mm.
And if you don't have the capacity to step out of that in your personal life, it can be really hard. So like a veteran I dated with PTSD, same thing. It was like any given situation, he's assessing everything all the time, which I super appreciate because I learned a lot to like be safe. And now it's the end of days. So it's like helpful information, where are the exits? Who's the biggest threat in the room? Who's the helper? You know what I mean?
It's a fucking
Yeah.
days.
But yeah, if
You're
can't
like, we're just at
talk,
Applebee's.
Now it's the apocalypse and
I'm just saying, yeah, but I get it.
Yeah.
It's it's like, maybe to know when, if you can turn it down.
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, if there was nobody to be that first responder type person, we'd all be fucked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, It's like it's a super useful trait, but you can't just like barge into every room and be like, I'm gonna fix your problems, and everybody's just like, whoa. Yeah.
Hey, that's a problem. Let me fix that. Hey, is that a problem right now?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why it was hard for me to
I
explain.
think you need some creamer in that coffee. You can't drink black coffee. You're not drinking black coffee? We need to make you another.
What TV show is this? And then they just make it worse all the time. This is a show, right? This is a sitcom of someone that wants to fix everything all the time, but then makes it far, far worse.
I'm sure that there's
This archetype sounds so familiar to me.
I'm trying to like think of the King of the Hill equivalent because that's the show I know the best. Or Avatar.
Maybe it's is it Mr. Bean?
Mr. Bean?
He just makes everything worse.
Maybe.
He makes everything slapstick.
Like American Dad, maybe. Like
That's
he's
what I
definitely
thought.
that type.
American Dad or a Family Guy
I haven't watched
or
that.
Simpsons or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
why?
Homer.
American Dad was funny for the alien because the alien was basically like drag, like just had all these different characters that it would
American
dress
Dad
up
was
as all the
like
time.
just a different version of Family Guy. That's what that is.
Yeah, but with an alien that does drag.
Yeah, it's got
Much
an
better.
alien instead of the dog.
Yeah.
Ryan's like my favorite fucking
And
cartoon.
the baby with the accent. Why does the baby have an accent? It's silly.
Mommy,
It's just
mom,
silly for me.
mom.
Do you guys
Mom.
usually
Let
meet
me-
at a specific time or
Yeah,
just kinda
so
random?
Monday at 3 Mountain Time, and then Monday at 6 Mountain Time, and then Thursday at 3 Mountain Time.
Okay, got it. Because
Yeah.
I got to bounce, but it was nice to meet you all.
There's also a calendar, right, Sam,
Yep.
in the center?
Yeah, if you go back to the center where you spawned, there's a calendar that shows
Where
like
you
all the events
spawned.
that are going on in all of our Topia worlds.
Got it. Okay.
Thanks for
Alright.
joining us.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Yeah, I got to get back to studying. I was supposed to only take a little break, but all right.
Just
What are you
nice to
studying
meet you.
for?
Listen to some lo-fi beats.
There you go.
While you
Yeah,
study.
no, I'm studying law, so gotta.
Oh, cool. I'm going to send you something. Wait, don't go yet. You should listen to this while you study.
There'll be a
Hopefully
little
it'll
like
inspire you.
red envelope on the left-hand side of your screen. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I got
Cool.
it.
All right, Panther.
All right, thanks,
Have
Laura.
a great
Yeah,
night.
thank you guys.
We'll see you next
Bye.
time.
Bye.
Aloha.
Oh, he even knew to walk away. That's so
He had
nice.
such good Topia courtesy.
Rotopia manners, and I love it.
I'm impressed.
It's because he's from Utah. They just know.
So polite.
It's when you make a joke, you're like, "Oh, you're Mormon," and he's actually fucking Mormon. That's
It's
good.
happening, guys.
Yeah, he found an ad like on Facebook or something. Like,
Yeah, they're doing well, and they're starting to do more Reddit advertising too.
Nice. Yeah, this is what happens when we were like the first to start something, and then people start to catch on, and there's a little part of you that's like, "Who's in here?"
yeah. who's
Uh-uh.
And then you get in here, and you're like, "Hey!"
I see an arrow.
Yeah.
We are probably one of the most consistent, regularly gathering groups of people
Yeah, for sure.
in all of Tokyo.
Maybe in all of the fucking internet at this point, you know? So, it is seriously, it's super hard to find things like this. That's why I appreciate this so much.
Yeah.
Is because
Yeah.
I've been over the past like 6 months or so, I've really been trying to add consistency and like regularity to my life. So I do this on this day, and I do this on this day, and I do this on this. Like, it's really important because I've never had that consistency in my life. I wasn't taught that as a child. It was just like, go do whatever the fuck you want, and then my life just, you know.
Were you were an only child latchkey kid like me?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I
Yep.
feel you.
absolutely.
What consistency, schedule, boundaries? What are those?
Yeah.
I had to like learn those
That's what I
in
was
my 30s.
That's what I was
Wow.
trying to say earlier is like,
Mine's the opposite.
I had a lot of trouble making friends when I was younger, just because of the fact that like I was that person that was like I care so much, but my approach can be really abrasive.
No.
So I come into a situation and I'm like, I see what's going wrong, and I'm like, oh man, you want to fix that? And they're like, holy, like, no, what are
They're
you
like, I
doing?
want
Poking
to
my
help.
shit.
Just let me help you. I just want
I
to
see you have a
Yeah.
certain holding pattern right here. Does that hurt? Yeah, we need to work on that.
Well, that's why I used to get kicked out of class all the time when I was in high school. Like I spent more time in the counselor's office and in the hallway than I did in class because I would get the whole class off of topic because I'd see something, I'd point it out, and then I'd be asking questions that the teacher couldn't just like ignore. You know what I'm saying? They were like legit questions. Right. They're like legit questions. And then eventually they're like, fucking, my teachers loved me, but they couldn't handle me. You know what I mean?
Go in the hall, Joe. I got to teach these 30 other people.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
I'm trying to
They were
do
like-
math right now.
There were like 3 of the
Oh
old
my
people
god.
that fucking hated me. But most
But
of them,
Joe, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Did you ever broach a topic that your teacher wasn't adequately informed about, so they allowed you to teach a lesson on it? Because that was me in high school. I got to the
Cool.
point where my U.S. history teacher was like, Hess, I can't with you anymore. Like, if you want to teach about Kent State, go ahead and teach about the Vietnam War in Kent State. I was like, great, no problem. I'll bring in all of my props. My dad was there. No problem. And he just was like, sat back and was so annoyed. But I mean, I'm sure it was a great lesson.
I see.
When else are high schoolers going to learn that 4 kids were shot dead by the National Guard
Right.
for peacefully protesting the Vietnam War? They're not. It's not in the history books. I was like, we need to bring in Howard Zinn. He's like, Hess, I can't. Like, we're not doing this anymore.
Yeah, I was definitely the like
I love it.
mentor in a lot of scenarios. So for like the kids that were more
Gotta be.
behind or whatever, it would be like, you're already ahead on all your work, so go take the kids that are behind and go help them with their work. You know?
Oh, you mean you
Cool.
were like an aide? You were an unpaid
Yeah,
staffer at your school?
Yeah.
And unpaid.
That's
Yeah,
actually
it's-
really cool though. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Because if there were students like that, yeah. And it's a really special moment to watch one of your kids help other kids as a teacher.
Right.
So
Absolutely. Well, and you can tell there's those kids that you know in your class, like growing up, everybody had it in high school. There's like different divisions of kids. There's like that mass of kids that all do good. There's the ones that are like really struggling. There's the ones that are like special, you know what I'm saying, and really like shouldn't even be in a normal class. You know what I'm saying? And then on the other end of the spectrum, there's the ones that like do better than the mass, and then there's the like 3 that are too smart to even be social. You know what I'm saying? Like,
school's not a place for smart people.
right? Well,
Right.
Like,
Rick
they're, like,
Sanchez
weird
says that.
smart. You know what I'm saying? Or like you'd set a math book down in front of them, they're just like, "Drrrr," you know?
Yeah.
They're
But
like,
they
what
can't
next? I'm
conversation.
bored. When's lunch? I'm gonna do some drugs.
Yeah.
Some
So
of them,
that's-
not all of them. That's
That's a
I'm
good
talking.
point.
I'm talking about a group of people that are like, I'm not challenged by this. I need something
Yeah.
more exciting. So
Yep. Absolutely. And that was me. I got kicked out, man.
That was
Yeah.
you, Sam? Of course it was.
No, that was me in college, and I would go up to upper graduate accounting.
it goes out as Rubik's Cube.
Rubik's Cube. Not take notes. Ask tons of questions and get A's on every test.
Yeah, that was my teachers hated me so much because I'd never show
You're
any
special brained.
thing, and I'd
That's-
always get like an A- or something. And they're like, you have to show your work, and I'm like, fucking why? I got all right answers. Like, fuck you. You know what I mean?
Many roads, same place.
You need to know you're all taking the same path to the same spot, and you're not cheating. And you're not
You need to do it this way. Sam, your new avatar, in my mind, you will be a Rubik's Cube. That is my new symbol for you. Why
Thanks.
do you? How come you have a multi-tiered? Like that's extra pieces.
So this is your standard 3x3. This is like
Yeah, that's like a normal Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
What are these other things?
We're just hard.
No, that's like the kids one. That's the real one.
no this is the real one. This is the OG.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was like the kids version.
No, this is the OG, and
Oh.
I'm still like getting back in shape to be able to solve this thing. I can almost, as you can see, I'm almost there.
It
But
looks like you're giving the finger.
yeah,
He's all subtle, but he's got it.
but back
Yeah.
in the day, you got the 4x4.
And is
where-
that one easier for you?
No, definitely
Okay.
not. There are
I was like,
issues of things getting like matched up and paired, and like
Mhm.
everything can look like it's in the right spot, but it's not. Like you got 2 colors flipped and stuff. The one a little easier than that, I remember for me, what ended up being the 5x5. and that's
I
just
didn't
part-
even know that this was a thing.
Oh my
It's
god,
blowing my mind.
it gets insane. I was never into like speed solving, but I liked solving. I liked doing the bigger cubes. But
My brain can't even comprehend how you would be solving that problem.
Mm-mm.
That's how non-mathematical or spatial or
I'm
whatever
kind of
the
in the
skill
same boat.
needed.
That's not the kind of smart that I am at all.
Yeah, same. My smart is different kind of smart.
Mm.
I could probably do it with like focused effort and time.
for me, it just like
Yeah.
works really well because it's like step 1, make the cross. Step 2, get the corners in place. Step 3, finish the second level, and you learn how.
Oh, so
to
there's a process.
Yeah, and you learn how to move something from here to here.
Yeah.
Show us.
But do those processes work all the same in the larger grids?
The concept do.
Okay.
Learning how to move stuff from this position to this position. Some like here.
Elise, does your brain work like this? It sounds like it might.
Yeah.
Are you a
it
Rubik's
does.
Cube person?
I could do the 3x3, but I just memorized the process. And I always told myself I'd get a bigger cube just to try it, but I never did it. And so that's why I'm curious, like if it's the same concept.
Yeah, so with the 4x4, once you get the center 4 in place and match up all of the
Okay, so you make the same cross.
the
Yeah.
edges,
Yeah.
then it's basic. Then you can solve it exactly as if it were a 3x4.
Ah, yeah, exactly. Yep.
But if you get this one's supposed to be here and this is supposed to be here, then the color ends up flipped on 2 of them,
Mm-hmm.
and there's just like another like process you have to go through to like fix that.
Mm.
It would be so fun to watch you do that on stream.
Oh yeah.
Elise, comment
Alright,
below if you want to watch Elise do.
That could be one of the commands.
Is this on YouTube also? Leave a comment below.
Yeah.
So first step is you always start with the white on the bottom, and the first thing you want to do is make the cross. I'm not going to flip off the camera.
That's your pointer finger. It's longer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I was saying that the blue side looked like it was giving the middle finger
Oh, the color.
because it was all one and then it had one in the middle.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
so the way that you do it, I've got a blue edge here, blue and white.
Mhm.
Bring the blue over. So now the blue is next to the blue,
Mm.
and then you can just rotate that. You rotate the blue down, and now the white is where it needs to be. Right?
No.
Yeah, nope. I'm gonna have to spend more time than that. He's all, it's real easy, guys. You just make the white in the middle. and
Elise
you
is
move the
like,
blue here.
Elise is like, ah, yes, I know this.
She's like, yes.
This is a level 1 move.
Right.
Yep.
Like this is
This is
I know.
basic.
step 1.
Yeah.
Different strokes for different folks.
I got a minor in calculus just for fun.
Just for fun.
Yeah, just for
Wow.
I didn't
That's
know that.
that's my
Yeah.
version of hell.
fun.
Taking a
And
math
then
class that I
I
don't like.
also for fun, I was always teacher's pet for every single math class I've ever been in, and my first calculus teacher gave me a job to grade homework, and I thought that was so much fun. I did that
Cool.
for
Because you were calling out your peers.
no, they weren't my peers. So he didn't have me start grading until after the semester I took him. And so, yeah, it was never any of my direct peers,
Yeah, that probably wouldn't be ethical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like one of my best buddies is a math major actually, and I'm like fucking. It's just way over my head, man. So, but it's cool because I know somebody that like, you know what I mean. It's
Yeah.
good to have somebody in every field. So
You have that person on your team.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because we always have to like refer to
Yeah.
mathematicians for all of life's hardest problems.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I wish that I pursued it more. I wish I pursued computers and math more instead of Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I
I guess
avoided calculus like the plague, and it turns out I would have like really fucking loved it.
I
Mm.
loved calculus. Oh man, it was so much fun. It was like puzzles every day. New puzzles.
Not how my brain works for sure.
Yeah, I took algebra like 3 times and then business math to like get out of high school. And when I was like kind of applying to college, the person that was reading my transcripts was like, "Did you graduate?" I was like, "Thanks. Yeah, I did." So,
Yeah, I'm definitely more of the philosophy type of guy.
look, Sam's already mostly done.
Oh, I can get the bottom 2 levels really quickly, and then the top the top has stuff that I like haven't figured out.
Mm.
Like I just don't remember it. If I pull up like the cheat sheet, I can like do the things to make it happen. But I'm trying to remember myself.
You got stinky breath.
Joe, I had a question regarding what we were talking about when you were in school and you're like fixing stuff. I was curious if that was a way to like feel included or to like show love. And you don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I would say yeah, probably. Like I've never really thought about it, I guess, but yeah, I would say it. If I could get, so I was an only child, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't have enough attention, just period.
Yeah.
So I was constantly seeking it. And so when I could get it, I absolutely loved it, you know, and however I could do that was great, whether it was the attention of my peers, whether it was the attention of the teacher, you know. And so there was definitely a level of inclusion, but then I would take it far enough to where I would like disclude myself from things.
Right. Yeah, it was like a strong skill set that you had, so you were like confident sharing it and you'd like overshare it.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah, there were so many times I'd just come home from school just fucking crying and like I have no friends. You know what I mean? Like I was the know-it-all. You know what I mean? And I like talk too much and fucking.
He's so pedantic.
Yeah.
We don't want him around.
Right, exactly. Well, I was just too much for a lot of people, you know?
Yeah.
And it's funny because I'll be straight up. I found cannabis and everything changed.
Oh, like you had friends and inclusion and yeah. It was like that with cannabis and like the rave scene for me.
Yep. I became the weed man and all of a sudden everybody wanted to hang out with me.
Yeah.
And then I ended up in fucking prison. So, you know.
Were you still pedantic? Were you the pedantic weed guy?
He was surrounded by the pedantic weed guys in prison, I bet.
Is that, can I ask a personal question? You can decide to not answer it and I will respect your boundary, but
the answer to that right there, I will probably never ever say no. So you guys
that's knowing that about you. I wasn't even gonna stop there. It was more of a formality.
Yeah.
It's to be polite to the people on the internet. I don't know how many people are watching this, but did you go to prison for selling weed? Because my mind will be blown.
So I originally got snitched on for selling. I got set up for selling a quarter of
weed.
Yeah, and then
of something that grows on this in this ground right here. Okay, just thank you.
She's all just checking.
And
there's
then
a plant.
In the process of going to court for that, I got raided. They used that and everything else that was going on at the time to search and seizure, raid my house, like M16s in your face, 19-year-old kid. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And they raided my house and then basically found out we were selling LSD at the time. And then that all together is why I went to the first time.
Yeah, okay.
So
gotcha.
Yeah, it was like a combination of things, but from the time I was about 14, it was just like every 6 months I was in trouble for something.
Mm-hmm.
And then once I became an adult, they were like, we're fucking done. Like literally the judge told me when I got up there for my felony, he was like, Mr. Vandenberg, we've seen each other a lot, haven't we? You know, like he'd seen me. We've known each other a long time, haven't we? And I was like, I've been in your courtroom like 15 times. You know what I mean? So one of those deals where they're like, dude, we can't do this anymore. You know, we have to follow our rules. You know what I'm saying?
He's like, the rules are more intense now that you've reached this age.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and LSD is a little more intense too, because before it was just possession, paraphernalia, ingestion, vandalism, petty theft, things like that. You know what I'm saying? Stupid or shit. You know what I'm saying? But then they caught me with a controlled substance, and they were like, the state's attorney was like, got him. You know, so
yeah.
But that was part of it. It was like cannabis led me to psychedelics, and that's when I, as a person, changed completely. Like I'm not the same as I once. Yeah. I give LSD a lot of credit in my life. It's a wonderful, amazing fucking substance. On a personal note.
Yeah.
Thanks
for sharing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
An interesting story. Fun to get it out there.
Psychedelics definitely from people that I know have saved a lot of lives, and not, you know, like ayahuasca, LSD, a lot of different things, like, you know, from really bad addictions too, you know, like not just like bad decision, you know, like I don't know what else was going on in your life. It didn't sound easy, but you know, from all different realms and paths that you could have continued down. I've heard so many stories of psychedelics.
Yeah, well, it was mostly about money.
Someone turn around and walk a different way.
Yeah, it was. I'm super grateful because I never really got into, like, I did cocaine for a while because it was around, but I've never really been into the harder drugs. I've never done meth. I've never done heroin. They're just not anything. I was never into pills. I never got into any of that stuff. It's just not my thing.
Mm-hmm. Have you done ayahuasca?
No, not yet. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, that's the kind of thing, like, I always wanted consciousness expanding, not, you know, the other direction. Yeah. So I was very interested.
Yeah, anything that makes me feel like I've lost my mind, or myself and my mind. You know what I mean? When you're like, they're separated completely now, and I can't find where I am in this thing. That doesn't.
Or there's
good.
like this.
But that can also be like 5 cups of coffee for me. Like, no.
Yeah.
There's a Swedish what?
Oh, fiendish. Like a fiendish desire when it's like the loss of control over like desiring to keep ingesting the thing. And coffee for me can be one of those things for sure. But I didn't typically experience that with psychedelics. And like Joe said, I haven't like used harder things. I will say that just straight DMT, my experience was like, I can see why people would seek this out and lose their minds and completely lose touch with reality and like just want to do this all day long. And I am really not okay with experiencing that myself, that like desire to recreate that experience. So right away it was like red flag, like beep, beep, all systems like alert. Although would you consider that a hard drug? I really wouldn't. It's like a chemical we produce in our bodies. Like I have a lot of opinions about DMT. But
I have a lot of opinions about the word drug in the first place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I've been most addicted to in my life is cannabis by a long shot.
Cannabis and coffee and sugar.
Cannabis more so than anything to the
come on. Sugar's way more of a drug than cannabis is. My goodness.
Totally.
I'm addicted to sugar. Like, it's bad.
Yeah, I almost
really
like
bad.
there was like several years where I've like almost killed myself like 5 times because I couldn't stop using cannabis. So, yeah,
Cannabis?
Yeah. Oh man,
Wow.
that's a long story.
Sam's back.
A really weird condition that causes seizures. I have
Oh.
hormonal seizures. So I have a cyclical condition that causes me to have seizures of different intensities just about every month. And cannabis makes it way worse. So
Yeah.
Well,
like I'll have them like one after another, and then it just won't stop. I'll have to go to the ER. If I don't
Yeah.
smoke cannabis, then maybe I'll have a couple, you know,
Whoa.
not so intense ones. But don't do fake drugs. That was all caused because of K2, because of spice. So,
Hmm.
Whoa.
Joe, do you know when they're coming?
yeah, I can tell the day before usually, almost always.
Oh,
So,
do you take precaution at that point usually?
basically, yeah, it's like calling sick for work. You know what I mean? Like, don't like cancel my plans. Like,
Mm-hmm.
ashes on the ready. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's not so bad, and I just like get waves of nausea.
Mhm.
You know, and I'm like, oh, and I just feel like shit all day. I get really fatigued. I think there's something to do with my diet too. We're working on that.
Yeah.
But
Whoa.
the day before, I get this like maybe one wave of just like dizziness and nausea, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna be tomorrow. And then I wake up in the episode.
Okay.
So, and then who knows how crazy it's gonna be. It's been, you know, like the worst it's been is like one after another, and they're so bad that they like can't even tranquilize me out of them in the ER. You know what I'm saying? Like they just shoot me up with like enough to knock out an elephant, you know, to get me to stop seizing. But then
Whoa.
some days I'm perfectly fine, you know. I don't know.
So you haven't had this for your whole life? This is caused by something?
This was caused by my use of synthetic drugs.
Whoa.
Because I went to prison, and obviously you can't smoke cannabis when you're on parole or in prison.
Right.
But you can smoke synthetic cannabis like K2, spice, all that stuff that was going around for a long time, still is, unfortunately. But it's just a research chemical sprayed on some sort of leaf, and then smoked to ingest. And it started out kind of similar to cannabis, but then they slowly found ways to like detect it. So it kept people kept tweaking it and tweaking it and tweaking it until it started getting more and more and more dangerous. And for a long time, you were able to buy it like online, like you can like Kratom or something like that. Well, then that stopped, and so you had to find it on the street. And I ended up getting a really bad batch, and I've pretty much never been the same since. So
Shoot.
Whoa.
yeah, it's a super weird ordeal, but it kind of saved my life at the same time. So it's the reason I'm sitting here having tea with you guys. Because I drove my car off the road at like 60 miles an hour. Didn't know what had happened. I just like woke up on the side of the road, had a seizure.
Because you were having a seizure.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It drove all the way down into a ditch across the oncoming lanes of traffic and everything. It was crazy. But I thought I had like diabetes or something. So once that happened, and then I had another smaller episode kind of like that happened out on a dirt road outside of town. And I realized like, oh shit, I got to get my life together. Like I have to start taking care of myself. And with my prior history, I have a strong distrust for the system. I knew the medical system was just going to be like, here's some pills. You know, they weren't actually going to fix me. They weren't going to tell me what was wrong. They weren't going to heal on a deep level. They were just going to be like, here's anti-seizure meds or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
And plus,
Right. Stop the symptom instead of finding what the problem is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so I decided to start digging into natural medicine. Found herbalism, decided to go to school, and one thing led to another. Now
The rest is history. Sorry.
No, that's exactly it.
It's true. So I feel really torn because I'm enjoying this conversation today, and I also want to go walk at sunset. So
Yeah,
think
go
I'm
take
gonna
care
Kayla,
of
I
it
had that
now.
same thought. I couldn't decide.
yeah, it's like,
That's what I'm just getting back from.
oh, cool. I might jump back on once I get back. But I'm supposed
Oh,
to
maybe
watch
I'll do the same then.
Trek Star tonight.
Let's just go take a walk and jump back on. How about that?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Thank you guys. This has been good for me today. I've been in, a funk, and it's nice to connect and talk about like meaningful things. And yeah, I appreciate it.
this platform.
And Joe, I really value what you shared about your new perspective and how you used it last week, especially. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you all. That conversation really benefited me. It was. I know it was uncomfortable for everybody, but it was beautiful at the end. So, You're
Yeah.
really-
It was
No,
easy
it's-
to be on Twitch, so just kidding.
She's all, yeah, I'm trying to just type and witness.
It
But yeah.
wasn't on purpose.
Yeah.
So I love my tea family, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'm
Cool,
gonna
I think it makes
do the
sense.
same thing. I'm gonna go get some food. So
Cool.
let's
Me
do it.
too.
All right.
Yay!
All right.
Great night.
See you guys.
So are you gonna hang?
I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know.
Hannah's watching the sunset in Yosemite without me.
Oh, Sam.
I'm here with the dog.
Are you jelly beans?
You're here with the girlfriend.
I'm here with the girlfriend. Okay, I could always just go get naked and sit in the hot tub.
Oh.
I want to do that. I was trying to find a hot tub recently, and all of the complexes in San Diego, they've all been like, they're closed. So even if someone lives where there is a hot tub, you know, unless you had one on your property, which I don't know many people with property, you know, here. So I'm like, oh, but what would really happen if I like jumped a fence? And
Well,
went
you
into
know
a
what
hot
you
tub?
could go to? You
Well,
go to a
what
hot
would happen is
springs.
It's not hot.
No, the ones where like you just pop them on, like they have the little switch right there. You just pop, turn it on, jump in.
That thing doesn't.
can't imagine.
It's not going to instantly heat the hot tub 40 degrees.
All right.
Yeah,
You're
it's,
gonna go do it. My guess is you're gonna find that it's really fucking cold.
yeah.
Okay.
There's a hot spring, probably
Yeah.
just like a 45-minute drive from you. You know,
I think. Which one are you talking about?
the one
Or you just mean in general?
by our friend that came a couple of weeks ago, and he lives in
Marco.
Marco. Yeah, he lives near a hot spring that's probably like 45 minutes to an hour away from you, and he says it's really
Oh.
nice. It's open to the public, and it's like a natural hot spring.
Do you remember what it was called? No. I'll have
It's
to.
towards Salton Sea.
By the Salton Sea, yeah.
Oh,
Which
It's
is
gonna
not
be
really
like
a sea.
out to 10 or out to 8.
right. But yeah, I'm able to see that on the map at least, or the Warner? Is it Warner? No. Okay. I'm gonna Google this at a later date.
Yeah.
I was also Googling
Slab City.
Oh, it's by Slab City?
Yep.
Oh.
He says
Oh,
that there's
Slab
an.
City Hot Spring.
Yep.
Cool. Oh, it's 2.5 hours, but
Oh, is it? Oh.
yeah. It's 100 miles.
Oh wow.
So maybe that's what, you know. It's so funny that the Salton Sea is still, why does it still look like this? Why do they still have it blue? It's so silly, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is
Um,
the sea. And seas are blue on the map.
So
I
it
know,
looks
but,
like
like-
there's a hot spring closer.
But like, when was the last time it was a sea, and is it even possible for it to ever be a sea again?
I'm more interested in the hot springs that Elise is finding.
Yeah, that too. Oh no.
Yeah, there's a hot spring like right on the Mexican border, like an hour away, called Jacumba Hot Springs. But it's the resort is temporarily closed, but I'm assuming there's got to be like a there's an old bathhouse historical mark.
Ooh.
That seems kind of cool.
Only if you can still get a good bath there. Oh my gosh, I love a good bathhouse. Holy cow.
Yeah.
It looks like an
I
old
really wish-
like Greek ruins, the picture here.
So probably
That's like an hour and 14. That's not far.
Oh, it's like covered in graffiti. But I mean, the last review on Google is from a couple of years ago, and it said the hot spring was good on the skin and good. So I don't know. This looks like a eerie kind of cool place to visit, though. Just a bunch of ruins, like old trains and.
Nice. That does sound like fun.
Right on the Mexican border.
Rad. So it sounds like the place has seen some shit.
Probably.
So far. Hour and 14. How far is that from you? Probably pretty far. You have much closer hot springs, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but you know the hot springs that are immediately close here are not really good. And I don't even know if these hot springs are good either, but like I know the hot springs that I went to in Wyoming were legit.
Tell me why the ones that are near you are not good.
They're just like they're not clean. They're not so hot. You know, like I kind of like it really hot, like really really hot. And yeah, they're not that large. You know, they're not. And then they're dirty, so like there's like the Tecopa. And those I've heard that there's really nice ones that you can like rent, you know, rooms to go to. But I really like the one up in Wyoming, the Hobo Springs. That was really nice. But there's one, the one in Idaho is only like an 8-hour drive from here. And that one's Idaho.
What kind of springs are there? Are they like what's the? Are there different ones? I've only ever been to.
I don't know. I've only been to ones that are like mineral sulfur springs.
Yeah.
The stinky
Yeah.
ones, yeah.
Yeah, the sticky ones. Okay. So,
There's
yeah, like
there's one that's like only like 4 hours from here up into Utah, and it's in the middle of like a cow field.
Whoa.
That one's pretty cool, and it goes deep. There's like 2 different ones, and one of them goes like 35 feet deep. You can like free dive to the bottom of this hot spring.
Whoa. Okay.
And the water is like super clear. You can see all the way to the bottom.
And it's stinky or not stinky?
It's not too stinky, and it's also not too. It's not too hot either. So, you know, that's why I like to go to the ones that are like really hot.
Mm-hmm. I think I've changed my mind. I started getting dressed. I was making noises by me to myself. Started getting dressed to go outside, and then I was like, you know what? I already walked earlier, and it's cold out there. And I'm just gonna actually boil some water and sit down and have some.
Which are you like walking distance to the beach or?
I'm walking distance to Crown Point, like the Mission Bay
Okay.
area, and a short drive to the beach. But the walk that's accessible right now in the light would be the one that I already did this afternoon. And so for some reason that doesn't sound as exciting to me as sitting here and having tea with you two, obviously.
Yeah, and like I opened my door and it's colder than I thought it was gonna be. So now I want a hot beverage.
Yeah, I don't have too much experience with the beaches in San Diego. Pacific Beach, yeah, I've been there. The last time I went to La Jolla and like looked up secluded beaches. And it was like, oh, there's a beach at the end of La Jolla. It's a long hike, or you know, there's this dangerous hike you can go down. And
yeah.
it took us to Black's Beach.
Yeah, that's my favorite beach.
Do you like it there? Yeah, it's nice. It was, yeah, very peaceful.
Part or the regular part?
I didn't know there was a regular part.
I think that like the south of the beach stairs and maybe like farther north of the beach stairs. Not immediately north of it. It's not. Although I guess Unity is fine on the thing, so maybe not just go after. Do you hear anything I'm saying? I'm sorry, I'm really far away. I'm fighting with.
Yeah, I can't really hear you. Can't really hear you.
Sorry. I'm fighting with my kettle. Or my what's this called? My carafe that's like broken. Just broken in 4 more pieces. There's part of Blacks where like people are generally wearing clothes, and then there's parts that are, you know, like in San Francisco, if you've ever been to Baker Beach, there's kind of like the whole thing is nude friendly, but there's like a section that's like nude and kind of cruising, like men cruising men, and then there's the other section of Baker that's like, you know, kids are at. It's families,
Yeah.
even though it's small. I appreciate those kind of beaches. Yeah, so I live in Pacific Beach or Crown Point, but I don't ever go to the Pacific Beach unless I'm just walking on it from like the Mission Beach, which is all the way at where the jetty is, closest to Ocean Beach. But yeah, if I'm gonna go to the beach, I'm gonna go to like a North County beach with like the cliffs and, you know, the yummy.
You should go visit Sasha up in Oceanside.
Yeah, I should. We have like a Hive reunion next week.
Great.
To connect. Yeah, I would.
Cool.
Like,
I think I don't know, she went to Denver. I don't know when she's getting back.
Gotcha. Yeah. After the, you know, event, it seemed like everyone who was admin / you know, running the show was needing some space from communication. So I was just consciously sitting back, but I've been really excited to connect with all of those humans again and magical creatures. I'm excited about that. I'm gonna keep this fight going. I'm really struggling here. I'll be back in a little bit.
Oh. What are you drinking, Elise?
I'm taking a little break from tea to drink some refreshing Arnold Palmer sugary lemonade drink.
Nice.
I think it has tea in it, but you know, I don't consider it tea.
Yeah.
I was drinking some sencha though in my Hohin. It's pretty spent now. Some green tea.
I think there's something to the Arnold Palmer though, that if you were to have good lemons and use good black tea, make it so that you can taste the tea.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be delicious. And you could probably do it like without proper lemonade, because then you wouldn't need as much sugar.
No.
You could do it just with lemon juice and maybe just a little bit of syrup or honey.
Yeah, or a different fruit.
Yeah.
Like, we have like apricot trees, and we have 2 apricot trees, 2 apple trees, 2 peach trees, and 2 plum trees. So I'm literally sitting here like, I don't know what we're going to do with all that fruit. Like, that's a lot of fruit.
You should get a solar dryer.
Yeah, I have a dehydrator.
Yeah, you dehydrate it. That'll be good. I think that's the best way to preserve fruit. Because you can always rehydrate it. Like it won't reconstitute into exactly the same thing you enjoyed fresh, but you can then use that to cook whatever you want.
Right, you can cook with it.
Yeah.
Or you can make it super duper fruit.
Yeah, or fruit leather. That's always good. That's like candy.
Leather is great. That's probably what we're gonna end up doing a lot of.
Yeah.
That'll be a great thing to take on you. With you when you go to Yosemite too.
Yep.
With some nuts.
Apparently, Hannah might be working up there once a week.
Yay.
We'll have to see when take your husband to work day is.
Wait, so who lives up in there? Like, who would be her patients? Would they just be like emergency patients?
No, well, yeah, I mean, there's emergency patients, but there's also a lot of staff that lives up there.
Mm. Does that doctor have like a full on, or is it just like a small office?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Yep.
Yesterday, Hannah came home from work, and the owners of the clinic that she's getting involved with, or the owner that she's starting to work with, said that she should go meet the doctors in Yosemite. So she called them this morning, and they to schedule time for next week, and they said, just come out today. So she went. And now she's going to go back to work tomorrow and be like, yeah, the doctors in Yosemite want a partnership.
That's funny. That's funny if it's like they were waiting for someone to go, take on that additional. Because like
it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case.
You know what I mean? Like they're so comfortable and settled in what they're doing, and they, maybe that's been something they've known they want to do, and now that they have the extra help.
Right.
Cool.
So and it's a way of her showing them that she can help expand their practice.
Yeah.
And Hannah's the shit.
And Hannah's the shit, right?
So of course, they're winning. So, great representation.
Is she completely detached from the last practice?
Yes.
That's good.
Except somehow she ended up with with a Christmas card that was supposed to go to one of her aides, and it had a Starbucks gift card in it, so she had to call to give him his Starbucks gift card. But yeah, other than that, completely detached, nothing.
Good. Yeah, sometimes that's a challenge.
Yeah, no, as of this week, she no longer is even accessing her email.
Cool.
Awesome. Cool. Nope.
It's such an interesting. She has such an interesting workflow, I guess, to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
In that she treats all her she treats all these patients in a day. She has to do all the paperwork for them. And then at the end of the day, it's done, and there's no leftover work from today to do tomorrow.
That's an awesome way to work.
Right.
That's why I always liked Uber driving.
Yeah, leave your work at work.
Yeah.
So, she definitely brings home the emotional energy of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it gives it it's a very different feeling from at least what I do, which is very kind of like long-term project-oriented stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like rarely do I do any like or anything that I start and finish within the same day. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe that could just be my inability to focus.
No, it's different.
Yeah. It's like the sprinters versus the mile swimmers, you know? The swimmers that swam the mile, like, didn't usually do the quick, 50 relay races.
You know, the first time I ever swam a mile, I felt like a fucking boss.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do that. I also have the long-term projects thing. I don't think is a skill that I've had to practice much in my life either. That's totally different than teaching to the Common Core standards each semester.
No, there are like long-term projects, like maybe like, I mean, there's definitely like the semester structure where you have certain targets and goals you have to hit, and there's a crunch at the end of the cycle, right? I remember when I was a student, that's what happened.
True. That's true. I guess it's more like because it's lesson planning is more like it feels like, okay, did I achieve this thing today that I had planned to achieve? And it's usually yes. Or if it's no, it's like something came up, we had a fire drill or earthquake or whatever it was, then it gets pushed off till tomorrow. But at some point it gets crossed off, and that feels more like a daily.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, it's just a different world. They're probably just not comparable. They're trying to simplify these really complex things that we do with our time for monies. But Sam, are you still working in the same capacity that you were before moving?
Before I moved?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How's that transition been with the new space and the internets?
It's been interesting. It's been good. It's pushing me forward, I feel like. That there are things that I would rather be doing, like working out and around the house, instead of be working at my computer all day. And what I find that's pushing me to do is to spend more of my time at my computer building systems to enable other people to do what I'm doing. And
people, right?
Right. And like at a certain point, like that will bear the fruit of more time out doing the work around the house.
Awesome.
So it's like pushing me to approach my work differently.
Then yeah, it does sound like it's pushing you forward.
Yeah. So it definitely feels like progress. And I mean, you can imagine with all the work that I do with our friend Jonathan. I mean, I've been working with him every week now for like over probably 3.5, almost 4 years.
Yeah.
That like have a pretty good understanding of where the work that I do for money fits into my life. So now that we're up here, it's an opportunity to set new boundaries around that. And that feels like a step forward, and that I'm doing it in a way that like is empowering other people.
Yeah,
It's
awesome.
It's like I'm teaching somebody who has like no accounting experience how to do bookkeeping, and it's giving him like real world experience in this stuff. He's thoroughly enjoying the learning process and kind of potential of it all. Like it's a win for everybody.
That's awesome.
And like with his help, we're doing better work for the client. So it's really good.
Yay. Oh, that sounds so exciting. And you must be so proud of yourself. That's really, I don't know. Those are lessons that I look forward to beginning to learn one day. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I still have a lot of insecurities about it. And that I like don't always feel like I'm doing a good job at it. You know, like I may be getting it done, but I feel there are times that I feel like I'm getting a B and not an A.
Yeah.
And it's like as the kid who was always the A student, but at the same time, I'm getting nothing but positive feedback from everybody that I'm working with. So I gotta recognize that as insecurity and trust that if I was doing something that was bothering somebody that I'm working with that I claim to communicate with very well, wasn't able to tell me if I was fucking something up. Like, I don't know where I'm going with this, but you get where I think you.
Yeah, I'm following. Yeah, it's like what I'm hearing you say is that you are your toughest critic.
Yeah.
And you're probably doing better than you even think you are. And I can second that without knowing all of the ins and outs.
Yeah, well, like, I know and recognize that I have had like my entire life and like the world just handed to me on a silver platter. Not that I haven't put in work, but in the context of the human species, I've had it pretty easy and had a really like wonderful, blessed life handed to me to not screw up.
Right, that's the key part. You've been given gifts and you didn't squander them.
Right.
You know, I see that they were gifts.
And I've definitely like I've never had somebody drop $1 million on me, but I've also like never had to worry about where dinner was going to come from.
Right.
And like I honestly can't even remember a time that I've had to be concerned about getting rent paid. I think I can remember a few times where I had to be like cognizant of my spending to make sure there was money to get rent paid. But that was more like a self-discipline thing. So like, yeah, I've just not had that kind of difficulty, but at the same time, I've had this like crippling fear of not being able to provide for myself financially, like programmed into me since I was a young child.
Right.
and now it's very much like, cool, I'm doing it, and this is working. So let's like, we don't have to be afraid that we're not doing it. You know?
Yeah,
So
I don't know what it's like to be doing it, but I think it's awesome that you're doing it. And I know that you're doing it.
right, and yeah.
Yay.
So like, I don't know. Interesting. And it's interesting how like the act of buying a house is what like makes you like feel like, cool, now I'm an adult. And I can take care of myself.
But didn't you guys already buy a house before?
No, we were renting that house.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. We were renting that house, and by buying this one, we're saving $500 a month.
Yep.
Yeah. I keep seeing this meme go around that says like, what do you mean I can't get approved for a $900 mortgage when I pay $1,500 in rent?
Right.
Cool. It's great though. Yeah. Look forward to like witnessing you two in your space at some point in the future.
Definitely. We are figuring out how that's going to work.
What, to have guests over or to be in your space?
Both. I mean, I just got the bed put together on Monday. Like,
Yeah, that's right.
Take some time to
Love
figure out how to be in that space.
Is it great?
Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Nice.
Like,
Elise,
exactly-
you were streaming, I think. Did you ever come into Topia on Monday? Did you ever make it in?
I did. Yeah, I did eventually. Yeah, but I stopped streaming before I went.
Gotcha.
I, was
Yeah, that
just
was
closing
fun.
out. I had some peeps in on Monday night. We were having fun.
Nice.
Yeah, and then I came in, and other people came in too.
Yeah, Sparkle Bear was here.
Yeah, that was cool. That was good to talk with him.
Oh, I think I met him one time in the other Topia. That's his name is Nick, right? Their name is Nick. It's like, yeah.
Nick.
My brother and I went into the Topia that you suggested. You're like, people are hanging out.
When you guys went to Pleasant, you guys were probably going to Brian's dinner party or something.
Right. So we popped over there, and my brother's just like like chatting with everyone, and I'm like, hello, because like I don't know anyone really. And afterwards, like we leave or whatever, and then he's like, oh, your friends are cool. I'm like, I don't know those people, and he's like, oh, I thought those were your friends. I'm like, no. We were both meeting them for the first time. He's like, oh, okay, sorry. Like, I mean, I don't know.
That's cool.
I hope it was fine. I don't know if I crossed anybody. Like, it's Utopia without a password, so you have to assume if someone drops in, you're okay with it, I guess, right?
Laura, Brian told me you guys dropped in, and he said you guys were amazing.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You got feedback. Oh, that's great. Okay, and that's wonderful to hear. Thanks. Yeah, I was like, I don't know, man. I didn't know those people. We'll see. Next time I go to pop in, there's a password. No.
That was the world that they got married in.
Yeah, I saw that. I've watched that video. It's so sweet. Yeah, so his wife. What's his wife's name? Chantel. She was cooking.
Yeah.
And
she's a good cook.
They were doing a whole thing. It was cool.
She's into like genetics.
Mhm.
The PhD.
Yeah, she was
in genetics at
talking some,
UCLA.
yeah, she's a neuroscientist. Which one?
Geneticist.
Geneticist. Wow. Sorry, that sparked because you said Sparkle Bear was fun.
I like Sparkle Bear. He's a good guy.
So
Yeah,
that
I
other
met
guy.
anyone in Topia that didn't seem super cool, by the way. I don't think there's been any person that I've met in Topia that I was like, I don't know about them.
Yeah.
The guy that came in earlier today, and he said that he came to Topia through an ad, and then he met Brian. Does Brian have like a bot? Does he have a little Topia tope?
No, but there is Brian Cutie.
Okay.
You've met Cutie. You met him during Burning Man, for sure.
Okay.
Cutie works with Topia and hangs out in their welcome a lot.
Oh, okay. I see.
And
So
he
it's
and he directs people here.
okay. All right. So there is like there's a real person,
Yeah.
not
and,
like
and he and yeah.
What? And what?
Foot in mouth live streaming.
yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was really cool because I know Brian's really into having like Autobots, to engage people and share information with people. I thought that maybe that was something cool that Topia was at least, yeah.
That's the question mark book that's in the tea house.
Yeah.
That bot that communicates with a bot.
Okay.
And there's a new UX for that coming out soon.
Sweet.
And then we want to get more people training it.
Okay.
And it's kind of like we have to scale the trainers as we scale the community using it.
I was talking with that question bot the other day. To ask some questions. Oh, that's what I came back in for the other day on Sunday. I was going to ask it why the blank canvas is loading with random assets in it. But that's probably not the right place to ask that question.
Honestly, it's a great place to ask that question.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking that then Brian would get the notification and then show up and be like, "What's happening?" And I would like derail, whatever was going on. And so maybe not Brian, in like someone's day. So I was just like,
Right, you'd make somebody. It's a good way to report a bug.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So then I will go report it in
Yeah.
a bit. Actually, I'll try it out again because I had to we're doing the state testing and I have to use my personal computer for it. So I always have to clear my cookies like after each, session. The things get auto-populated, but they get messed up. So maybe doing that made it wonky for me, and maybe I just need to try again, sign back in or something. So I will try to solve it on my own first, and then I will go report the bug if it's a bug. It might not be. It might be user error. It commonly is.
There are often ID10T errors.
Have you tried turning it on and turning it off again?
Oh my gosh, one of my favorite shows.
It's the best. It's so many things all the time. Elise, did you ever watch the IT Crowd?
No.
It's cute.
That was the show that made Richard Aoki.
Steve Aoki?
No, Richard Aoki, I think Aoki is the actor.
Yeah. And then the other one that was actually in Bridesmaids, I think. Right?
Yeah.
Christopher O'Dowd or something like that. I think he's a cutie, so that's why I watched the show. Actually, they're both cuties. But it is funny.
That show is.
Yeah, I might have to watch some of that tonight.
Not a bad idea.
Right? It's been a while.
Yeah.
I think it's still on Netflix.
Hannah and I have been watching Gourmet Samurai.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's really silly.
What channel is that? What's that on? Netflix?
Netflix.
I feel like that's one that we often talk about in here.
Yeah.
It gets brought up enough that maybe I should watch it.
It's a bear.
Ah, bear! Ah! Rawr! Bears attack.
I wish there was something in here to hide under. I want to hide under a table.
Hide from
Can
the
I
bear.
go behind this wall?
What's up, Bear? How you doing?
Why is Tef a bear now? I want to know. Did I miss a joke? Because he doesn't care.
He's a very
Like a bear. He's a I don't care bear.
I don't care, bear. He really don't care. He's like, I'm out of here. These guys, they come in here, they don't even say hi to me, they just call me a bear.
Is he trying to get a different color?
Hi, Jeff. It's so good to see you.
Hi, Taff.
There was this blue topi in here that was impersonating you, but it looked like a bear.
Yeah. It was like, yeah.
I'm really happy.
Wave where someone can hear me.
We can hear you.
Now we
Yeah,
can
we
hear you.
couldn't hear the bear though.
Okay, so you can hear me.
Yes.
We can hear Tef. We didn't hear any
Interesting.
bear.
Is this just a Tef AI?
Why?
It's a Tef AI.
Why?
Stop it. Hello.
Because I cannot hear any of you guys.
Oh, he doesn't even know we're
You
calling
can't-
him a bear.
Yeah.
But now, if we try something like this, then
Yeah. Those headphones must not be working.
I can hear you.
None of these are good.
Other one.
You can't hear us? Hello.
But you can still hear me.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. That is problematic.
Refresh.
I do not think that is gonna help out.
I had an issue last week where my headphones, nothing was working, and I had to just give up and be obnoxious without headphones.
It's more because like I'm trying to like figure out if my computer can actually handle that I'm using my wireless Bluetooth headset. But somehow, if I'm trying to get it to use the mic in the headset, then it is not allowing me to hear any sound.
Right.
But I am allowed to hear sound if I'm choosing not to use the mic in the headset.
You have to choose to be an exhibitionist or a what's the other word? You have
Either
to-
I'm gonna hear everything or either I'm gonna talk over everybody.
Yep. Which one?
I mean, usually
Choose
it's
or
talk over
die.
everybody, right?
So
Taff, you've been having all kinds of like weird like audio issues.
Mercury still retrograde.
What if he's just punking us and he can't actually hear us?
Yeah, I mean, this would be a really boring punk if that was the case.
I mean, but if Seth was gonna punk us, isn't that how he would do it?
I cannot hear a YouTube video at the same time if I'm going to try to use the headphones as both mic and headsets.
Do you need to be listening to it at the same time?
It was Sam who questioned me.
It was a test.
Oh. I
It
missed
was a
that.
troubleshooting test.
Did you send him a YouTube video of a bear going
Yeah.
roar?
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Or
The question was, can you listen to a YouTube video currently? And the answer is no.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so Tef is still not hearing us now. So this is the time. Yeah, this is the time for us to share all the things that we've always wanted. To
Oh, I
not...
can hear you right now.
Oh, shoot. No.
I can hear you right now.
Okay. But you can't hear the YouTube video.
And I can hear the YouTube video because right now it is going inside. I can hear you in my cabled headset and not the Bluetooth headset.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Bluetooth is bad for your brain. Get rid of it.
So wait. Hang on. Elise, we can talk about poop, or we're not talking about poop right now.
Oh no, talk about poop.
Okay.
Tef can hear. This is the best time to talk about poop.
Best time to talk about poop.
Oh man, that's funny. That's
My
funny.
dog always poops at sunset. Like, she has to go for the walk for sunset and poop in the golden hour.
That's the best time to poop.
This is the dog that we used to never see poop because
Now I cannot hear you guys.
All right, let's stop talking about poop.
I'm gonna talk about it anyway. In the cabin that we had, that me and my ex had in like San Mateo, it was just like a single room thing that they were renting out at the edge of their property. And the bathroom, it was like the toilet and then like the shower and then a door on the other side of the shower that opened to the outside deck. So you could get to the shower from inside the bathroom or outside. It was really cool, actually. So we used to keep that door open. And like sunset poops, man, it faced west and like looked directly at like basically the direction of the 92 towards Half Moon Bay, but like it's just the mountain range. Ugh, sunset poops after work. So satisfying. I feel your dog. I get it.
Okay, Elise, I took a video for you.
What'd you take a video of?
See if you guys can see it.
Is that the creek?
Oh wow.
That is the creek that's not supposed to be there. That's just a big lake.
Someone's parked their car on top of it?
No, it's just like that's where the parking usually is. It's like all of that is water. The creek is overflowed. You can kind of see my neighbor's yard there. It's completely flooded.
Oh damn.
Yeah. But like all of that water, all that shiny you see right there, that's the creek.
Wait, but I thought it was so cold there that it was hot. Did it rain? I missed some weather updates.
It was snowing. I mean, it snowed quite a bit, but basically it was like super cold. And the creek out next like 30 yards from my house freezes from the bottom up. It's like one of only 2 different creeks in the world that does it. The other one's in like Russia or something. But so basically what it does is it freezes from the bottom up and it displaces all of the water on top.
Right, because it expands, yeah.
Right, exactly. And so all that water's got nowhere to go. And we had below 0 temperatures for like a week straight. And so that froze, and all that water on top has just been, and so now it's like the whole park down next to my house is completely flooded out. Like they had to close one of the roads coming into my trailer court because that's all flooded out. So,
I want to know why that lake does that. Have you looked into this?
I haven't exactly. I think it's the bedrock below it, and there's like some thermal something going on. I'm gonna.
It's gotta be. It must like holds. It holds. Like it's like a high mineral, so then it freezes and holds that temperature longer. Or high salt, right? Doesn't high mineral content increases.
That's me, Sam.
This one news article says that's because the water travels just fast enough to keep
So you can hear me right now, but I cannot hear you.
Yeah, so how are we supposed to tell you that we hear you? How do you know that we can hear you, Tef?
Well, it's Tef's turn to talk, guys. When Tef talks, he doesn't listen. When he doesn't talk, he listens.
Oh, it's so funny.
That's funny. It is
So,
funny.
Sam, I got a message. What?
What? Did you say, Laura?
I was saying I got a message and my watch told me that I had a message, right?
Yeah.
But the message that I got on my watch was like Sam is sending you an image. You can view it on your phone. And I was like, why are you sending me this weird message? And then I realized it was because my watch couldn't show me the photo
that you
Yeah, I
sent
just
me.
sent you a picture.
So I was like, what a weird like how what is am I supposed to interpret this? Wow.
That's it.
I
I
sent
have
you
no
a picture when you get to your phone.
I saw it. It's great. It's a good photo.
Right?
It's really good. She's just needed wide open space.
Okay. So
Caftan.
everything's saying that it's because of the speed of the creek. On top, it's moving too fast. It's basically hauling ass. And on top, it's moving too fast to freeze. But because of the rocks and everything else on the bottom, it slows it down enough to where it starts freezing from the bottom instead of from the top. Because usually a creek would freeze over on the top because it's moving slow enough that it can.
How close is this to your house?
Like 30 yards.
Oh damn.
Like,
Yeah.
it's like right there.
It's right there.
Is it?
So this shit's fucked up.
Yeah, it's like we're first in line. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it starts flooding and yeah.
Got a boat?
Months ago. So
You have a canoe?
Are you guys packed?
So it hasn't quite reached us. The way our trailer court sits, it's kind of like we're lucky because we're far enough up to where if it floods our trailer specifically, it's a really bad situation, and is probably flooding the rest of town to some extent. But the 3 trailers and some of the houses on the other side of the creek sit a little bit lower and closer to the creek, so it's actually reaching them. But we're literally right on the edge of the water that has flowed up to the one parking spot in front of my house, and then it's water. So yeah, it's crazy, man. It's like complete ice out there everywhere. It's beautiful though.
Are you still not driving? Oh yeah, you're taking a break, right?
Cab?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just doing like call-in runs, scheduled runs. So and that's been nice. Slept in for a few mornings and kind of just recalibrating.
Mm-hmm.
Coming back to center, then we're gonna do like a cleanse on the solstice or on the equinox. Gonna do an elimination diet and some other stuff, and move into the new year, and then we'll maybe jump back on the schedule if T doesn't pick up enough for me to stay off.
I see.
Hopefully T picks up enough to where I'm too busy.
Yeah.
Cool.
Should have some.
Yeah, happy Pisces season, everyone.
What's that?
I said happy Pisces season, everyone. We're one step closer to the light, taking over. Basically.
Right, for sure. No, I could feel it as soon as it tipped over, man. It's wild.
So wait, are we out of retrograde?
No, Mercury is still in retrograde until the 20th.
Yeah.
And then it'll be in shadow for another couple weeks.
Yeah.
So March is gonna be lit. As the kids say, March was gonna be litty. Oh man, I think I'm funny. Sorry. I spend all day with 5th graders, I can't help it.
And they're saying lit? 5th graders are saying lit?
No, they're not. I'm just in the mind child.
Teff, what is wrong? Is there anything we can do for you, Teff?
That was kind of a breakdown.
Well, the problem is I'm just trying to do one kind of a thing at a time. Like right now I cannot hear you guys, but I can talk to you. And then in a moment I'm switching over so I can hear you, but then I cannot talk to you.
Do you have to have headphones in? Can you just scratch the whole thing and use the mic on your computer instead?
How do you usually do this?
So how do you sound right now?
Fine.
Great.
Laggy.
Laggy.
It's fine.
Mhm.
I might.
But did I sound better before when you used the other one?
Didn't really sound
No,
like
I'm
it
just-
to me.
I'm seeing your lips move before I'm hearing you.
Yeah, but if you compare together with this one now, like this one, Am I then sounding better now, or did I sound better before?
You're less laggy now,
I'm less laggy now.
but you sound the same.
There is
That
Sounds
sounds the same.
Your lips are moving at
I
the
see
same
what
time
you're
now.
saying. There is definitely some sort of delay.
Yeah, because like this one should not have any delay. Consider I am using this mic.
Yep.
Mhm.
The other
Yeah.
one where there was a delay, I used the mic built into the camera that's actually capturing me right now.
Mhm.
There's no delay right now.
Yeah, there's no delay right now, but there was before.
Right,
Hold
but
tight.
can you hear us?
Sounds like it can hear us.
Right now, there is a delay between me and the video. Agree?
No.
No, no delay.
No delay.
Okay, okay,
No,
but does
no
this
delay.
one? If this one is 1, and this one is 2, which one does then sound best?
Doesn't
I
matter.
choose C.
They sound exactly the same.
They sound exactly the same.
I choose C.
Yeah, show
wait,
us the
I
other
didn't-
one.
I'm confused about what the problem is. Everything seems fine.
The
Joe, you
problem
need to
is
fix that.
that right now I'm having you hearing in this one instead of hearing you in this one. So long I have you in this one, I'm trapped to a 2-meter long cable. If I have you in the orange one, I can go to the toilet and do my poo poo.
What?
Let's get that.
What? What was that?
Talk this Sam about this pooping.
So now you like understand the difference in why it is important.
I think you switched out Tef with somebody else now.
Now we know the
This
thing.
is Tefbot. Tefbot needs to be.
Tefbot needs to be retrained. We programmed
I
Tefbot.
know.
Who's been on the Discord channel? Programming Tefbot. Naughty, naughty.
Tefbot 2.0.
Goes for a poo poo.
Well, he did say poop. So, I mean, he didn't say poop or shit or anything like that.
I mean, he could have said bowel movement. You know, like
Yeah.
that's you know that's the classy way.
That's almost, to me, that's almost like weirder to some extent.
A BM? I mean, a BM is fine.
No, it's just
A
like
poo poo is fine too.
Yeah, they're all fine. Yeah, poo-poo fine. Poo-poo
And
reminds me
then
of...
it at least is a child-friendly way of saying it
Yeah.
Because this is a family-friendly tea house.
somehow.
Yeah. This one, the Lo-Fi Beats, is a family-friendly tea house. You have to be 16 or older to enter, so...
it does actually ask you.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you poo poo or do you take a shit? This
If
is
there was a 13-year-old in here, would we kick them out?
Can you kick them out?
no. We just have to change. We'd have to change all the vocabulary to be like poo poo vocabulary.
Well, I'm saying
And I would ask if there was a grown-up supervising them, probably, because I'm that person.
they would
I'm
agree.
also a teacher. I can't just be hanging out with kids on the internet, you know, unsupervised. Like,
For
definitely not
manners.
and neither should any of you adults out there.
We're all here supervising each other on Elisa's live stream.
Exactly.
For
I
manners.
do often need a reminder.
No,
But
fuck it.
I had a student one time that had never gone number 2 at school before,
Oh, wow.
and he wasn't used to like using toilet paper. Like he,
Mhm.
I guess, you know, they had like a bidet or something. He's not originally from the States, and so the idea that we use just paper in general, I guess, could be very confusing to a child that's used to water system or something, you know, cleaner essentially. And he was like, Miss Hess, he's like, but I have to poo poo, and he just kept saying it over and over again. And it's just like, it was just the sweetest, like, sad. And I had to like, I went out to the hallway and I like did the motion with my hand. I was like, you take the paper and you wipe like from front to back. And I just did this in the air. Like, it's not like I squatted down and showed him. I was just like, you wipe from front to back until nothing comes on paper, and then you flush it. And he came back and he was so proud of himself. It was really cute.
Hey, speaking of toilet paper, I saw an interesting meme that was circling around, not my, American network of friends. I think it was like Indian friends were sharing it, but it was like picture of Greta, angry. And it says, she's recommended to the country of China to stop utilizing single-use chopsticks. And the Chinese government responded back saying, these are made of bamboo, which is a grass. Maybe you should stop using your tissues for your bum. Which is kind of funny, because, there's a lot of cultures around the world, like, they can't even wrap their head around why we use tissues, for that. And it all comes back to that like recurring theme of like when you want to live a principled life, sometimes you do have to like pick your conflicts, pick the battles that you're going to fight, because oftentimes there are ways that people could turn around and call you a hypocrite, for using toilet paper or whatever.
Let's put it like there's no way around that. You're hypocritical somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just it's how life works.
But we do want to learn.
What hill do you want to die on? You know what I mean? Like,
I had someone say that to me recently. This is a funny hill for you to die on. And I was like, all right, bro, then see you later. Like, this is the hill that I'm on. Do you want to hang out on this hill with me romantically? I guess not. Bye. It was about Bernie Sanders.
Oh.
So, yes, that's the hill I'm going to die on.
He doesn't like the memes?
No.
Or does he not like the man?
It was like he didn't believe my experience at the Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia in 2016, and I was like, I was a staffer. I was there. Like, what I'm telling you things that I saw, and you're telling me that the things that the mainstream media told you are true, but I was physically there and I witnessed with my eyeballs. And like, it'd be one thing if he was some random person that just wanted to argue, it's fine, whatever. But like, he was also trying to get in my pants. So I'm like, he was like, this is a weird hill for you to die on. I'm like, maybe, or like maybe you not believing me about this thing that is like a core belief of mine now because of how I was raised and what I believe is like a good indicator that you're also not going to believe some of the things that I have to tell you. So
it sounded more like
either way, bye.
He died on that hill, not you.
He did, yeah. That's why it was funny that he said it. True.
Yeah, like because you were obviously like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just fucking telling you off. And he's like, oh no. And you're like, okay, well, I have. So
unify the left. Shut
yeah,
up.
fucking pick your battles, man. I don't know. There's too many battles to be had. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean,
everybody 24 hours.
There's just certain things I can't. Yeah. I just can't.
It's also not as serious as we think.
Go up.
Life is definitely not as serious as we make it out to be. That's for sure.
Do you want to have fun?
Tef, did you figure out your audio?
Yeah, I said fuck it all. I dropped the headset and then I must be locked into a cable of less than 2 meters.
So you can just like hover right in front of the camera if you want. We'd like that. If you need.
That just means at some point I'm gonna leave my chair and leave you all behind.
What? Why?
Sound.
Shit. I mean, poo-poo.
Oh, because you got to go take your poo-poo.
But no matter if I'm gonna go and take the poo-poo, I'm gonna go to the kitchen and refill my cup with coffee. Like, no matter
Because that's
what,
going to
I need
help with the poo-poo.
Coffee does help to get better poo-poo if it should be, because of the caffeine in it. And if you're not used to like actually drink coffee, it will actually rise the chance of you going to take not just a poo-poo, but a really good waterfall poo.
A waterfall poo. Wow. God, Tef, you're really in the spirit tonight.
Yeah, really.
It must be because I've got so much done today.
Yeah, what'd you get done today? Tell us.
I cleaned part of my kitchen I have not cleaned in a very long time. And I have folded all my clean clothes together, so like I no longer need to do that because now it's done. Like I've done a lot of cleaning today. So clean the house, clean the thoughts, make space for other things.
So, Tef, I've seen your kitchen on your streams, and it
Yeah.
looks pretty small. So I'm wondering, what was the part in your kitchen that you don't clean often?
How often do you clean the top shelf?
Oh, never.
Whenever
Like I stood the other day and was like moving around on some stuff. I was like, I've not cleaned like the top of my fridge for a long time. I've not cleaned the top of my air suction. What do you call it?
filter.
The hood.
The
hood?
ventilator for the
Hood, yeah.
the hood. Like I've not cleaned the top of that one for a long time. The top of the cabinet I've not been cleaning for a long time. Like just the top of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I've cleaned those spaces.
What kind of music were you listening to while you were doing all that?
I was not I was actually okay. I was both listening to music, but also not to music, because like the music, I started out listening to music, which was like the game music from the game called Figment. But then when I've then heard all that music, I went on to listen to not a postcard, but like the videos from a YouTuber called Claire Sesfair, who's like baking a lot of cakes. Then I just watched some of her videos in the background.
Cool. So like we're watching something that was motivating you to get your kitchen ready to do some more baking.
No.
No? You're always baking, Tef. I think that's like what you like to do, right? You like to bake?
I find it's interesting to bake stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like, but it was just like the next one in the row. Like, it was the algorithm of YouTube who recommended it to me.
Okay. Blame it on the algorithm.
Like the algorithm know that I like to bake. That's why I tend up to have so much cake.
What kind of cake do you have right now, handy?
None.
None. Well, that's a bad day, Tef.
But tomorrow I'm gonna have pie.
Oh yeah, what kind of pie?
I'll consider making a chocolate pie.
That's not pie.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I heard Joe complain without even being able to see him.
He's skilled in that.
That's not pie. Chocolate doesn't belong in pie. I mean, yeah, you can make like a chocolate mousse cream pie. Yeah, that's a legit
It's
pie.
something like that.
Yeah.
One of my
I did-
favorite pies that's not a pie is like tomato pie. It's literally just like it's like pureed tomato inside of a pie. That's a pie. That could be good too. All pies
Well, I'm
good.
also gonna make a potato/onion pie.
Ooh.
So I'm both gonna make a dinner pie and a dessert pie.
Yum.
Um,
Pie
like-
for dinner and dessert. That's
What?
my kind of house. I don't want to live there.
and then I should have food enough for the entire weekend.
Like I'm eating some invisible food.
You can't
That's
see
because
it.
it's green.
Can you zoom in on your face? No.
You can't see it?
What are you eating? Is this like a carrot? No, like a cucumber.
No, it's a salad.
It's a salad.
It's
If I work
a.
on Twitch, I can see you. Hold on. I'll see the next bite. You don't have to hold your hand up there. I'm sorry. Where are you? There.
Now you can really
Oh.
see it.
I'm connected here too. Okay, that's weird.
My invisible food.
Yeah. Look at that. Whoa. Also, I meant to ask you about your, not your tea pet. Maybe it is a tea pet. I guess it's still a tea pet.
Which
it's
one?
It's like a fairy riding a horse.
Got this one? Yeah, it's the tea fairy.
It's like an action figure. She just put it on her table, and that makes
Yeah.
Yeah,
That makes a tea pet. That's what I said. It's not a tea pet.
it's a tea pet. She used to have a little honey badger that would hang out on her arm right here.
So cool.
And so, you know, she'd be on her fantastical pink horse.
Amazing.
Yeah, because I've got this character. When I first started Tealette, when I had like zero marketing, $0, zero brand, nothing, and I had to like figure out how to get people's attention, I used to dress up like a character called the Tea Fairy with pink hair and tutu.
Oh my
Do you have pictures of that?
Do I have pictures? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I want to see.
Here, let me see.
Throwback Thursday, at least. Oh,
Throwback Thursday. Yeah, I haven't done Tea Fairy in years. You know, it's something sacred and special that, you know, she'll come out again. People have fond memories. So the first time, okay, I'll show you a cool video. I'll show you guys a cool video.
What's this other tea pet? Since I'm zoomed in, there's a little guy, and then is he the peeing guy? And then what's this jade thing?
This thing?
There's something that's jade next to the persimmon. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just because of the coloring. Oh, there's a delay. Sorry.
The guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this guy's cute. He's really cute.
And selenite, yep.
This was like a gift. He's like it's like a Japanese toy. It's like a gift box and everyone is random, but they all glow in the dark.
Oh.
And he's playing like
cool. Oh,
peekaboo.
it's not jade.
Yeah, so it's so cute. He's like playing peekaboo. Yeah. And then this is my bacon rock. This is a quartz cut to look like a piece of pork belly bacon.
Yeah, this one I've seen.
And then this is a little slug. There's an artist up in Washington State, a ceramics artist. She makes tea pets. Really cute. This guy's cute, but he lost his eye, unfortunately.
Who's the artist?
I forget her name, but she's like near Seattle.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. If you come across them at all on any platform, forward it along. You would be so kind. Just if it pops up on your feed or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right, I am gonna turn on the audio so that way if I show you guys a video, you'd be able to see it. You know what I mean? And hear it. Not only see it, but hear it. Because I'll play the video. And you can see or hear it. I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be.
That is okay.
You're doing great. I'm excited.
We know how to wait for you. You can get a toot while we wait.
Oh, toot! Toot, toot! Alright. So this is the very first public appearance of the Tea Fairy.
Dave McClure says I'm going to die, but I can't die. I'm the Tea Fairy, and I serve tea to George Takei, and I think he likes it.
Oh, yes. I like that.
Yeah?
It's like,
George, thank you for teaching 500 startups the power of a meme, and that it's okay to be Takei.
But there was another one that we made of George Takei that was more funny. That was like
that is so Takei. Don't engage. It's okay to be Takei. Oh my. Many fans insisted I'd enjoy a special connection to the book. I was intrigued, So I grabbed a coffee to see what all the fuss was
It's called tea seduction.
Wonderful bouquet too.
Bouquet.
Where did you get your teas, Colin?
There she is.
Oh my.
The next tea I'm going to serve for you guys is a shaded sencha.
Oh my.
I like that.
Yeah?
I like that.
Oh, yeah?
I like that.
Yeah?
Oh my. Oh my.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, so yeah, my first public appearance was to serve tea with George Takei. I was given the opportunity because he came to speak at my little cohort thing, and they were like, he specifically requested hot green tea with his lunch, and you're our tea company in here, so we're going to let you serve tea for him during lunch. And I'm like, I get to serve tea for George Takei? Hell yeah, I'm going to come in with rainbows everywhere. And people loved it. They just loved the character so much that it kind of became like its own thing. Like other artists have like Marie from Not Made in China. She's made this depiction. Oh, I don't even have my camera on. Funny. She's made this depiction, which you can't see with the green screen, obviously.
Oh.
She's cute. She's a little humble. Yeah.
Is this like an interpretation of the tea fairy?
Yeah, this is an interpretation based, yeah. And then this is not like one that was created by an artist, but like this was just like, this is like a retail toy. But
You saw a female toy with pink hair, and you're like, yes.
But not only she got pink hair, she's like a fairy. Her suit is all green, you know, like
It's perfect. I love it.
and she used to have a honey badger. She had a fucking honey badger on her arm.
What happened to that?
Bitcoin, yeah, I think Bitcoin, because he used to like to play with it. So one day I knew it was going to disappear eventually. It's like a freaking, yeah, but you remember the honey badger, right? Like he was like, for a long time, the honey badger was like the identity for the whole cryptocurrency Bitcoin movement. You know, so it was kind of funny that I had a honey badger. Yeah.
Funny.
Oh, Nick, you
can use that one instead.
And bringing it back to Avatar, with the animals from the Earth Kingdom, they're like something badgers.
It's a mulva. I know the Danish word, but like the English word is like, nope, fuck it. One moment.
Badger mole?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
animals. Yeah, and because that's Earth Kingdom, and then you have a coin and like money, and you know what I mean, like teas, for Earth, like all the things.
I just searched Avatar Badger, and that's what came up. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's great archetypal influences there. Meet me.
And the Fire Nation have dragons, and the Water Nation have like some kind of like
The Fire Nation,
werewolf.
the rhinos that were like rhino somethings. And then dragons, yeah, when dragons were back.
So the day after George Takei came, there was like our neighbors in the co-working space. They were a part of this company called Tokyo Otaku Mode, which like they're from Japan and they curate a bunch of like manga otaku stuff. They had an artist at their desk and she loved the character so much she drew this. And she said, you know, so this is like the original like interpretation of the Tea Fairy. She's like,
I love the stickers.
yeah, so I have like my first edition stickers are of her, and I've decided not to make more because I want them to be special, you know. So I've made other
You can always
stickers.
make new ones if it should be.
Oh, should it be Tap? Is that what you're trying to say?
They're so cool.
Yeah, she's so cute, and she's got like the little Cha symbol on her skirt, and And she's doing the, if you look, you can't see it here in this picture, but she's doing the House of Pure Aloha. She's doing that one, which I like to do. I'm a big fan. So yeah, Laura, I don't know if I've ever showed you that before. You can
no,
make...
But I started showing my students, the heart that you can make with the I love yous.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I didn't know, so that's the one of the Pure Aloha?
The House of Pure Aloha. So like the roof, you see the roof?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's what makes it a house. And aloha is like love, you know? Like aloha is a very powerful word. It means a lot of things. But I learned that from a shaved ice shop.
I'm just about ready to say that's exactly what came up, is the fucking shaved ice shop.
Yeah, dude, Hopa, House of Pure Aloha, man. That's like every person that ever goes to Hawaii needs to go to that shave ice shop. Like the man that owns that shop, Uncle Clay, he is like the #1 ambassador of Aloha Spirit in Hawaii, and he owns a shave ice shop where they make all of the syrups and all their stuff from locally sourced fruits and vegetables.
It looks super legit.
It's legit, you know, it's legit. And it's like you go and you get this like, what's that? On Oahu. Oahu. Yeah, like,
You know, like ice cream and all sorts of shit. It's good.
it's super good. It's a little pricey, you know, because like most shave ice shops, you can get the big ass sugar thing, the high fructose corn syrup shit for like $2 for everything, you know. But like there, you're gonna pay like $7, but it's like gourmet. It's like really good. It's healthy, you know.
At this point in my life, if it's $2, I'm super skeptical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
They're more likely to overcharge me than to undercharge me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
I
don't
miss the dollar tacos in Oregon, though, you guys. Southern Oregon.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's some good, cheap food out there, but it is few and far between.
Yeah. Elise, when's the last time that you visited Hawaii?
Maybe 3 years ago.
My buddy Evan literally just got back like 2 days ago.
Oh, you probably enjoyed it. It's a good time to go because the weather is perfect there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you not traveling right now because of COVID?
Yeah. Yeah. The biggest traveling I did was a road trip to go visit Joe. That was cool.
Wow.
Yeah, that was cool. I stopped off and I met a couple of other tea peeps on the way, but it was kind of cool to drive, and the snow had just started, so yeah, I got to drive through some snow and experience snow, and that was enough for the year.
Yeah. I feel that.
Yeah. But I'm going to be traveling to Asia this spring in a couple of months, so trying to figure out how to navigate that as safely as possible.
To where? To China? Where did you say?
No. I think I'm going to go to India first. I'll fly to India, and then I'm going to hop on a boat and take a boat to Pakistan, and then down to South Africa, and then over to the east coast of the U.S.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to pick up all the tea.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is for business, yeah.
Yeah, everything I do is for business, unfortunately. Or fortunately, you know, like...
Yeah, you're lucky.
Yeah.
You love what you do.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, the Tea Fairy... We captured this incredible video of me going to meet Santa Claus and like collaborate that Christmas. That was like back in 2013. We're gonna collaborate on Christmas to send out all the gifts. So we made this funny little promo video, but it was in San Francisco. So I got all dressed up, the whole wings and everything, and we went to the Macy's in Union Square. And that was embarrassing as hell, you know?
Yeah.
It made for a fun video, but that was really embarrassing. But, you know, it's San Francisco at the same note. So, like, there was people, like, yelling throughout their car window, like, hey, this is not Burning Man. So I was like, all right, that's cool.
Like everyone, but then half the other people are, like, tourists that are going to Union Square, you know? So.
Yeah.
And then again.
They probably thought that I was one of those crazy San Francisco weirdos, street performers.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. You got to see the Tea Fairy. You don't know about the San Francisco Tea Fairy? you become on that list of like, you know, there's like Bushman, the dude at the wharf.
Oh man, the Bushman, love that guy.
Yeah.
I should have made a video collaborating with him.
Yeah, the actual guy passed away, and I think there was a new Bushman for
Mhm.
some time.
There was always two Bushmen, Laura. There was always two.
No.
There was always
Tell
two. They had like a whole scheme going on, these two guys, and then one of them died, and that's how
Yeah,
everybody started
okay.
learning that there was two.
Oh, funny. I used to work over there, and my boss, you know, like, was like, hey, you know, was like cluing me in. It was the first job I got when I moved out there. So that's funny. I didn't know that. Wow.
And they made bank. They made so much money.
Yeah. I did not make bank working at the wharf.
Were you working in a restaurant?
I was working in a winery.
Oh, wow.
Or like a tasting room for our wineries that are out on Treasure Island.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was a super unique and quirky experience / winery. Yeah, cool. It was cool, but I'll never forget my boss telling me about being in like the tsunami zone, which seems a little bit. I mean, it would have to be a really intense earthquake, I guess, for the tsunami to come into the bay. I'm
Mhm.
assuming, but either way, he's like, if there ever is a tsunami, like, you know, if you hear the alarm, you just leave everything, leave the money, leave everything, and run as fast as you can up that hill. Because I was like at Baker Street, which is like a straight incline to the top. He's like, just go,
Wow.
get started, and scared the crap out of me.
Oh,
So
it's
I had,
good that
like,
you never had to experience that.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Not. I mean, yeah. Thus far, knock on some wood.
Mm-hmm.
This is wood. Yeah, intense. Everyone saw photographs of Mount Etna, right?
No.
Erupting in Sicily.
No, I didn't see that. That's happening right now?
Happened yesterday. I don't know if it's still erupting, but when I looked yesterday, it said only like 10 people had been injured. So it was,
That's
to me, I was able to classify it as beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sort of like when the one erupts in Hawaii that you're like, oh, another island's being created. What's that one called?
There's a couple. Kilauea and what's the other one called? But dude, those volcanoes, like, but at the same time, it's like people know that shit's gonna happen, but like it destroys whole communities.
Right.
But they kind of know, you know, they know there's a chance of that. Very
Right.
like,
It happens more regularly, right?
it does. Yeah.
I don't think that's something I saw. I should just pull it up. Said, you know, this hadn't erupted in like 100 years or something like that. It seemed pretty wild. Yeah, there's been a lot of my astrological teacher predicted a lot of like earthquake type events, you know, around literally this week, and so it's been like Texas losing power, water, and food, you know, like all the resources basically. A small earthquake in San Francisco, and the Mount Etna erupting in Sicily.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like on edge, thinking about what, you know, waiting to see what happens next.
Yeah, there was also another pretty significant earthquake in Tokyo too.
Today?
No, a few days ago.
Oh yeah. Okay. That one I missed it. Yeah. Oh, it erupted twice in 48 hours.
Wow.
Mount Etna. Kev, you're over there in that part of the world. Have you seen news on this?
I must sadly admit I've not been listening well for the last 5 minutes because I was trying to read tech-heavy stuff to figure out what the fuck is wrong with my Bluetooth headsets. So, what is the subject?
Okay.
Again.
No, that's okay. You don't have to if you're trying to solve a problem.
No, but I'm asking you to do it so I can answer you properly because
Okay,
I know
alright,
it's something
okay,
you do want
okay.
to wait. So let me help you.
Okay, cool. Mount Etna, have you followed? Have you seen the eruption? Have you heard news since you're in that part of the world?
If it's happened within the last 24 hours, no.
Yeah. Okay. So no. So it says on here, Mount Etna erupted on Tuesday, and then 32 hours later, erupted again. And there's just like these really, these really like breathtaking photos of. You can't even see that, but that's like the port, and then in the background is the mountain.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. Wild. Acts of God. Or what?
You're talking about the volcano in
Sicily.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, all of the news I can see from like my country is a video which I cannot fucking hear.
Hey, Hannah.
Like,
How are you?
as far as I can see, it made it like it sent it out a lot of smoke, but like it's not like it made problem for any of the surroundings.
Right.
So it was just a lot of show off, but not a lot of speaking.
Well, I kind of
Stuff
prefer
like
things that erupts and it's beautiful than destroy a whole city. But, you know, I also understand, you know, Mother Nature gonna do her thing. So I just thought it's pretty newsworthy, and the photos are just like breathtaking. You know,
Where?
fire coming out of the earth. Mount Etna in Sicily erupted for the first time, and I don't know, and that's what I was asking. Tef, do you recall any volcanoes erupting in your lifetime in your region of the world, in your corner of the universe?
Well, the closest area we have that have volcanoes, that would be Iceland. That would be the closest area. Because else we do need to go down to stuff like Italy and that area. But an volcano on Iceland did erupt some years ago. It's like 10 years ago, I believe it was. No, wait. I can almost do... Hvis hun er blevet 75, så tager vi 15 år. 15 to 16 years ago, a volcano on Iceland erupted, and like it spread out a lot of like smoke into the air with ashes inside it, and it like killed off all the air traffic in Europe, because like the air blew from Iceland to Europe.
Yeah, you don't want to.
And the reason I remember this is because like it was the same time frame as the birthday of the Danish Queen. Like she was having some kind of round birthday. I think it was her 60th birthday or like 50th birthday, and like so like all those international guests that was supposed to fly in and celebrate her birthday. There was like safety reason we are not gonna fly.
Wow.
We know that, and like it was so interesting because like suddenly royalty from like France and Spain did suddenly, instead of like flying to Denmark, they were like, we are gonna take a car and we're gonna drive all the way to Denmark to get to her birthday, Daisy. Which is like super awesome in its own way, that like our Danish Queen can get other nationality royalty to drive by hours just to get to a single birthday.
You called it a round birthday, which I really liked.
Well, that's because like if it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 1900, then it is a round birthday because like it is a number and a circle. It is a round birthday.
Is that a Danish thing or is that a TEF thing?
I do believe it is a Danish thing. It's not just a TEF thing. It is a Danish thing.
Well, because I could leave here saying, oh, well, and you know, this is a Danish thing, and and then realize that it was actually just a TEF thing. So
it's just a TEF thing. Like
when I give credit, should I give credit to you or your country?
you like
Culture.
as far as I know, like it could also just be like my family thing, and then I'm like, oh, but like I do believe it is a Danish thing to go around and call it like a round birthday.
Cool, I like it.
Yeah, Tef, you're gonna be having one next year, huh?
No. Next year I'm gonna turn 29 one more time.
Oh.
That's because like in Denmark we have like two. I do believe some other areas also have more like we have some traditions when you turn 25 and when you turn 30. Like there's like a condition to it too, but like if you turn those days, you either get cinnamon when you turn 25, or you are gonna get pepper if you turn 30. There's a condition that you mean that you either get it or do not get it.
So it's kind of like you're watching to see if you've been naughty or nice and you might get cold?
Nah, kind of ish thing. The thing is that if you want to prevent getting one of those two things, you need to get fucking married.
Uh-oh. Tef, you gotta get married this year, man.
I need to marry someone within the next 11 months.
Well, you don't need to just have your intimacy accelerated.
We did a good 5 hour, yeah. But like as Laura pointed out with her partner the day afterwards, was like it was a good time, but like there needed to be some more things, like a touching, a smelling, at like actually a head pat to know if there was it. No, I just like I'm just remixing your words.
Oh,
You said you need to hold hands and you said you need to hold hands and smell each other.
I said that?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually the direct what you did say.
For
Yeah.
intimacy to be
Like confirmed if it's love, yeah.
For sure. Yeah, there's got to be. I mean, you know, send me like your like shirt that you wore working out or something, and I'll let you know when I get it in the mail.
Do anything because they go at least 5 weeks before it reaches you.
Tef, please do not send me your sweaty clothes, Tef. Please, no.
I just meant one. You, the big you, the large you. Sorry. Oh, that's so funny.
And like you are right because like one thing is like sitting down and have a mental connection. Another thing is actually to have a physical thing on the side, have a closeness because like can you be together with this person in a room without talking? Like because that is also like a kind of like being together because like everyone knows that everyone can be in a room with someone without speaking, but do you like being in that room at the same time? Is the difference like could I sit in a room together with Elise for 5 hours without even speaking a word to her and not having a problem with it?
I don't think either one of you could go that long without talking.
Okay, let's say that Elise is like doing her work on the tea company and like sitting and talking on the phone with thousands of different people because she is so social, so she can do that. And then I'm just sitting in the background. I cannot talk to Elise because she's working. What am I supposed to do at the same time? I can either go read a book, make some food, go a long trip with Bitcoin if I'm allowed to.
Bring her food while she's on her phone.
I will probably do that. Yeah.
I took over your fantasy tap.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's my wish fantasy to cook for her and give her my food. Oh yeah.
I don't mean a fantasy like we're talking about like if, you know, we're in a fiction land of things that would or could happen. Like,
But to be honest, that is something that could work. Is that actually I live together. One partner is like doing work, and the other partner is like, okay, I have the spare time. I can go make the food and then bring it if it should be. And then if both have the spare time, they can cook together, sit down together, and enjoy the meal together. Because like you're not like it's awesome to sit down and enjoy a meal together, but like that's not something you can do every fucking single day. Okay, you can do it, but like
We do it like 5 days a week.
yeah, like but like I will not be able to do that because like I'm an online person, which means that like at some point I need to be on. I have decided to be online at the same time as I am hitting dinner time. Like each time I'm streaming out through the week, when I'm streaming from my own account, like that is dinner time for the normal Danish human person. They tend to like start dinner at that point, to start and eating dinner, which means that I'm not eating dinner in the normal considering Danish time. Then when am I supposed
your
to
partner
eat?
was on your stream with you.
If I was together with with a partner, and we like could do that, I would not mind have like consent with the partner too. They could come into my stream and we could sit down, eat, and like talk together. That would not be a problem. That is many food and drink streamers actually. They do tend to like have their partners with them on the stream and like have a conversation sometimes, or like have them help in the background to some degree.
Hey, Nick's not here.
Nick's not here.
Yeah, he's super transparent.
Yeah. He's like,
So why I have sound issue? Other
he
people
has
have
the video
issues.
issues, yeah.
Just kidding. It's okay.
You're just a figment of our imagination at this point.
Yeah.
I feel their presence, but I do not see it clearly. Well, I do see it clearly, but too clearly because I'm
Hey, you were getting into it, boy.
I'm getting things together, guys.
Good for you, Nick.
I've been painting today. I've been like FaceTiming a friend and like painting.
Nice.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh man, my friend really wants to come over and play 64. I kind of don't want to.
So carry on. I'm here with you. Just wanted to say it's a.
Who wants to go play 64?
Yeah, who's that?
Is there someone else here that I can't see? What's
Oh
happening?
no. I'm still like on. Sorry. No.
Nick, you're really bad with technology.
It's my background. It's my background. My bad.
This happened earlier where Joe and Kayla both couldn't hear each other, and so I was like, is there someone else here that like other people can hear that I can't?
Yeah, probably Nick the Renaissance man.
Yeah, got multiple personalities. I get it.
Nick the apparition man.
Mutable. Nobody.
I don't know what it is with communities and Nicks, but I like the climbing community that I like grew up climbing, that I like started learning the climbing. I had 4 Nick as well. There's Nick A and Nick B and Nick C.
We have Derek's around here.
We have Kyle's.
Me?
So Kyle.
I seriously
Kyle.
know like 8 Derek's just in my circle.
They should not
Fucking ridiculous. So we all have to call them by their last names.
Nick.
Can we get back to troubleshooting your audio?
Yeah, I found a thing, something that told me I could do something. And then I looked around on my computer and was like, where the fuck is this thing? And I could not find it. And I just found it. So now, well, so I was trying to find out.
Oh wow, that's a different sound.
So clearly now, is this like a totally different sound? Like
Yeah, it's a definitely different sound.
yeah, and that is the Bluetooth sound.
That's hi-fi, not lo-fi.
Like you can probably hear me tapping.
Oh yeah, we can hear that.
Yeah, and like that is what I'm also trying to like get to do.
Oh, now it's
Like-
all loud.
Now I'm all laggy.
So I need to divert the conversation here because Hannah's back. And I've been waiting to ask her a question.
Hannah, your presence have big importance to us. Welcome back. We are enjoying you. You should get your own account and join in.
No, so I'm curious. I need to go shopping for a physical therapist.
Okay.
This might be a super vague, impossible to answer question, but is there anything I should look for or run away from or anything like that?
Oh yeah.
So I'll explain it to you. I threw my shoulder out several years ago.
1 second. What did you say?
I threw my shoulder out several years ago. Dislocated my shoulder.
Yeah.
I was taking the trash out on the ice, and I slipped and I threw my weight and threw my shoulder out. And ever since then, it's just dislocated, and easier and easier. And also, I have a weaning scapula, so my arm is naturally, falling forward here. And it's getting to the point where I can feel it all the way in my elbow and sometimes in my wrist, and just my whole life I've been suffering for it. My posture's all fucked up. So I need to seek out a physical therapist that would maybe be able to help me with postural corrective stuff. And I have a few options, but I don't. If there's anything to know, maybe you'd have some input.
If you want to go, ideally, go to the clinic, and if you can call them, but most clinics that are good are going to be willing to give you a tour, or at least the therapist might come out and say hi for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go to a place where we talked about it, where the vibe's right, because that's going to be what meshes with you.
Right.
Ideally, there's going to be people that are relatively your age, or at least the therapist might be closer to your age, but it's really going to be the vibe that you're looking for. The reason that's going to really tell you the most, because you can go to a place that's super sterile and you're just nope, this is not it. But if you go to a place where it's more wellness, where somebody is younger and is looking for it's going to be really focused. It sounds like it's a labral tear. It sounds like you need some tweaking, needs your tape to stabilize it. And I am a real big fan of clinical movement specialist. So somebody who's really looking at the biomechanics of the shoulder and see where those issues are. There's a big push starting because we're the movement specialists. That's what we do.
Right.
So getting away from, you just need to do this. Going to a place where they're really focused on what your shoulder specifically needs.
Right.
And there's a lot of places where people are fantastic, but I definitely like the new push that I'm seeing. I'm a little biased because
I'm the same way in everything I do, so it's very, very much feel you.
But this is the exact injury that I had.
What's that?
That I'm talking about. I had an acute labral tear,
Okay.
and that was my first injury. So everything you're saying, Joe, is if I had someone like Hannah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I had one person that I was looking into that my friend goes to because she's got like rheumatoid arthritis and like autoimmune issues, and like she's like not in good shape. You know, she can like can't move her hands right, and all sorts of shit. And she goes to one guy. I tried to get a hold of him though, and I couldn't get a hold of him. He doesn't have a voicemail, whatever. But he's a personal trainer and what he calls a human movement specialist. I don't know any of these certifications, but it just didn't feel right, and it didn't feel like that's what I needed. I feel like I legitimately need a certified physical therapist.
I think going to somebody, I am a little biased. I definitely like doctors of physical therapy, but just because they've had the more recent education. But like I'm gonna get my certification and I'll be a clinical movement specialist, but that is very, very different. It's more initials. It's a process. It's the whole thing. It's not just, oh, I got a certificate online.
Right.
I definitely think going at this point, a physical therapist, you need a lot more than a personal trainer. And there are some amazing personal trainers.
And maybe I would get there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I see it. Is like I need somebody who's like more of like in a medical position than a like a fitness position, you know.
And that's the nice thing. We do what chiropractors, we do what some acupuncturists, we do what doctors and sports med and clinical certified strength and conditioning specialists, we do all of that
Right.
in one. And it's definitely, I think it would vibe more with you as well, because we are in between Eastern and Western medicine, and we are into holistic approaches.
That's definitely important for me.
Both, at least the good ones too.
Yeah.
I'm not just biased, but I think that is what my passion is, and why I don't think either completely solve the problem. If you blend both, then it's a good thing. But that's the same thing with everything in life.
Right. Yeah, we had the holistic conversation, so I completely understand a lot of your biases, you know, and I'm on the same page.
So yeah, I could tell you 1,000 things, but really just go see where you fit.
Go feel it out, and if I have any specific questions, maybe hit you guys up.
Definitely. Feel free.
I appreciate that.
If you have any questions, feel free.
Yeah, I'm gonna start poking around probably next week, so should be an interesting journey, to say the least.
You're good.
It said muted. I don't
No.
know. Oh.
Where?
I don't know. Everybody had a mute mark except for me and Sam Hannah.
Yeah.
Fucking.
That's so funny. I was just talking to you, Elise, for like 20 seconds, and I was muted until I realized.
Laura's muted again because you're stuck.
No, I think. Yeah, I'm curious what you're eating there, Laura. But no, I think
This is our second bowl of whatever is going on.
What's going on there? What's going on there?
Why are we not muted?
You're not muted.
Oh, what are you eating? I was eating a second bowl. Nick was right. Joe was right. Joe was right. Of rice and ginger and ponzu. And the first bowl had corn and like peppers and stuff. But this one, all of the good stuff was gone and I was just still hungry. So I ate the rest of the rice and some pickled ginger and ponzu.
Nice.
That's pretty standard Laura meal. I go through like half a gallon, I guess it is, of ponzu in like maybe a month or two. It's really ridiculous. It's really crazy. Like if I'm hungry in the middle of the night, I'll like just drink some ponzu instead of eating something. Yeah, it's on that level. I'm straight up addicted.
There's worse things
Citrusy goodness.
Too.
Say it again.
There's worse things you could be addicted to.
Yeah, really. I mean, well, I also have a chocolate problem. Is
Oh
it a
my
problem?
God,
Who are
Laura.
you telling?
I like dark chocolate, like 75% or above. But all of I've learned that at the new clinic, chocolate is the currency of choice. And it's just funny to hear like the Snickers as like those kind of cravings. Like, give me some like 75% chocolate. I'm happy.
You know, I've heard that amongst flight attendants, it's like secret code currency.
Nice.
Yeah. And I used to know somebody who, anytime he would take a flight, he would bring chocolates for all the staff on the plane. And like, yeah. And there were a number of times where he got upgraded. I mean, he wasn't necessarily doing it for that either.
Yeah.
But, you know, he wouldn't say no if they asked him if he wanted first class.
Yeah.
Flight
It's to help like service workers, isn't it?
Yeah, be nice to your service workers.
Yeah.
Yeah, always. And you know, being a former server myself, totally appreciate that.
Honestly, anything that makes them feel human and not like a servant is gonna get you
Right. Exactly. What? This one's funky.
Man, I wish my camera was working. I have a painting up right now that I'll show you guys. I'll figure out a way to show you guys when it's done. I'll send it somewhere.
What browser are you using?
Chrome.
We'll
Yeah.
see it next time.
Yeah. Hey, who's playing music?
It's the tea house.
Is it? Is it? I like it.
Basic.
It's like
Nick's basic too. What do you know?
You know what?
Fuck you guys.
Okay, we've been talking about this. Are they calling you basic because you like lo-fi, Laura?
No,
me fucking
I was
basic. I
calling
chose the
everything
music.
music.
Oh.
It's a callback to an earlier music conversation where, like, I don't know, it just
Yeah.
really-
This is an ongoing conversation.
I'm
part of this conversation.
We've
What's
already
that, Sam?
established that lo-fi hip hop is modern elevator music.
I can
Cool
yeah,
Jazz.
I could agree.
I will agree with that, and I will also say I fucking love it. So
Yeah.
Which makes you basic. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. See, that's why
Shit.
earlier when
You know-
Mila said that I meant basic, I was like, no, that's not what I meant. Because when I use that term, you'll know.
You know, you guys can call us basic, but our headphones, they're too loud with this beautiful sounding music that we can't hear your hate. So
No, I love lo-fi. Oh, here, I'll send you what I
I
was
love it
sending
too.
to everyone earlier. Some people may not have gotten it. It's still in my copy. Amazing. You got it, Sam, right?
Oh,
Bernie
you-
Sanders, 8-hour filibuster.
Oh yes,
to
I
lo-fi.
am familiar with this one. I am certainly familiar.
But it's
Or
lo-fi.
like a lot of the Alan Watts lo-fi stuff. I don't really listen. I don't
Those are
listen
great
to
too,
a
yeah.
whole lot of that kind of stuff anymore. I do listen to stuff with more layers, but yeah, I don't listen to like as much like the very like simple lo-fi anymore. I kind of listen to like I don't know mixes where
So
it's
are you calling it basic lo-fi?
Yeah, he doesn't listen to basic lo-fi anymore.
what's with you guys.
I don't know. Sorry.
Here's what I want to share with
We're all listening to it right now. What's the like,
Exactly.
Wait, are you feeling attacked, Nick?
No, I'm sticking up for a nice genre of music here.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Don't
But I also
think all day. We've all agreed that we like it.
I don't know. Are we?
It's basic.
I think no. I think. Does everybody in this room agree, Elise? That we like it?
I didn't say I didn't like it. I just said that's not like if I'm in a position of trying to be a trendsetter and trying to like present some type of unique content or unique art or unique idea, yeah, I wouldn't choose lo-fi for that.
Hey, well, how do you guys? Who listens to Jay Dilla? Anybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not basic.
No, but he's got a lot of tracks that are boom bap, which is like
Well, yeah. So now you're getting into like
that's like
old-
the early lo-fi.
Right,
That's
so
like
you
what
were-
lo-fi used to be.
So what you're saying is you were into lo-fi before it was cool.
Yeah.
So that was so now we're on to the next theme for the day where we've been talking about hipsters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, lo-fi is music of the hipsters, so of course.
I'm wearing a beanie and a jean jacket right now, so
Yeah.
I feel like I'm fitting a profile right now.
Although not all jean jackets are basic, I have a hand embroidered jean jacket that's the entire anatomically correct back muscles. So some of them are amazing.
Dang.
Well, the hipsters are getting older now. They're gonna have to, start switching to that type of fashion.
I don't recommend it. It took
Do
me
you
a
guys
month.
remember when normcore was a thing?
When what was?
Do you guys remember normcore?
Normcore. I know that it is a thing. Yeah.
So there was like this movement within the hipster movement, like after people started becoming hipster, and then hipster wasn't cool anymore, where it was like normcore, and it was the beginning of maybe what is now just known as hipster, of like wearing like very plain, like late 70s, like pastel color, almost like touristy
New Balance sneakers with like
accessories,
mid-high
like
socks.
a visor, and like the like fishing style hats. What are those called? Bucket hats. Like that's like
Yeah,
when that
yeah.
became like a hipster thing, was because of the normcore movement. It was just this funny thing that at least in Philly, it was a thing that happened that like evolved from the hipster aesthetic that I still like will say like, oh, well, it's not like normcore, and no one knows what I'm talking about. So I just use it now to mean to reference like the general population. Like Gen Pop and Normcore are the same thing to me now.
Yeah, I feel like like
Which
very
is not the meaning.
like light denim with white sneakers kind of came out of Normcore too, which
Right.
is
Yeah, and like a white
style.
sweater. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Like it's nothing that it's so much of nothing that it's a thing. It's that. It's a very much that. Which is a great phrase. Very much that.
Well, here's the thing: is that Nick is actually a Gen Zer.
No, I am not. No, I am not. 1996 is the start of the Gen Z. I was born in I was born in the first. I was born 2.5 months into 1995. And Z's weren't born until 1996. And,
Wait, that means it's his
Yeah,
birthday.
I mean it's where you
culturally,
fall.
plus culturally, I'm also like way more of a millennial. Like as far as the television I grew up with and like the social media
And
shit
how much you
that-
identify in being a hipster?
I'm horrible at Twitch. Like, you know, if I was a Gen Zer, I would be like the best.
Wait, no. You're describing Gen X now. No, millennials are good on the internet. Millennials are good with tech.
This is true. This is true. Not all.
Yeah,
Not all of us.
a close friend that was born 81, and so we have this argument all the time, like is he X or millennial? But like technically he's a millennial, but like he's so on the cusp also that like some things I'm like, what do you mean you don't remember this? Like, all right, old man, you know, like I'm messing with him about it.
Yeah.
He's like, but I don't identify with the Xers, you know, like he's just, and he's very much not. But there's some, you know, that's how generations work. There's always that like overlap, and y'all are always the weirdest, and that's why we appreciate you. Because you hold both. You
It's
help
really
usher
good,
in
kinda weird.
the new. Yeah.
We're-
You're the bridge,
actually-
man. You're the bridge.
We're like we're on the early side of millennials, right?
We are?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
How old are you? When were you born, Sam? Aren't you in 86 or something like that?
Yeah, I'm in '86.
Yeah, you're like right in the middle.
You're a hardcore millennial.
Yeah.
I'm a hardcore millennial.
Yeah, you're hardcore. I'm almost on the cusp. I'm on the cusp. I'm on like the edge of the cusp.
What are you? What year?
83.
Oh no, you're well, yeah. I feel like 83. I feel like 83 to 91 is like we are millennials, and then around the edges.
Yeah, I definitely feel like a millennial, like 100%. Like, and I grew up understanding that generation gap with Gen X and kind of like idealizing it. But it's funny, you know, now like the Gen Zers are old enough now that they're starting to make fun of the millennials.
Right.
Which is good because I'm tired of everybody trying to like figure out how to sell shit to millennials. Like, go figure out how to sell shit to Gen Zers. Like,
Right. That's all together all these years. Like, I'm tired of hearing about 13-year-olds now that are millennials. Like, are you serious? Like, how can they be a millennial if I am their teacher? That's not how generations work. I mean, it's a thing of generations all calling them millennials.
yeah. It's good they got their own.
I think we all look alike.
Yeah, you all look the same. You all love Bernie Sanders. I must be a millennial thing.
Although I still have patients who think I'm 18. It's like, no.
Oh, the first day I was student teaching, my principal, I went to introduce myself to her. I mean, I was 20 at the time, but I was like, hi, you know, I'm Laura. It's nice to meet you. I'm with, you know, Mrs. Struss. And she was like, oh, are you our new morning monitor? That's so great. You look so well put together today. I was like literally wearing a suit, you know? And I was like, no, I'm actually the new cooperating teacher. I go to Montclair State, you know? She was like mortified. I'm like, you thought I looked like an 11-year-old lady? Are you serious? I can't. Yeah.
I mean, it's only 9 years.
Now you're like, good genes. Good genes. Okay. Same for you, Hannah. Though you probably, I mean, like, have you bought a lighter lately? Because I got carded for a lighter. I was like, you do need an adult to buy? I guess you do.
I got carded for spray paint.
There you go. See?
Where's
Yeah, they got carded for scotch, which is funny.
For what?
Scotch.
They're about to chow down. They're praying to enjoy a beautiful meal, it looks like.
Yeah, tell us what you're about to eat.
She made chicken tortilla soup.
Mm.
Oh,
And
yum.
I microwaved it.
Oh, this is a crock pot meal from a couple days ago. Oops.
Yeah, this is while I was making the bed on Monday.
Yeah.
Yum.
Hey, Nick, what are we going to eat tonight?
You said ceviche.
The funny thing is, the ceviche is no more. Sorry. Okay. All right, yeah, bring the vegetables. Bring the vegetables. But yeah, I've got stuff. We should cook something. But yeah, definitely gonna load, make the load lighter than that. The juicy boosey. Well, I was streaming and Nick was there and, Snake Eye, he was there and he was like suggesting everything that I should do for this hamburger. And he was just trying to troll, like as he usually does. And I ended up taking all of his recommendations. So he said that I needed to make the buns pizzas. And then he said something about making the buns a donut. And so I decided to make a pizza donut. I even hand tossed the crust and everything. Like these mini little stuffed pizzas, deep fried. And then there was 2 of them. That was the bun, was 2 of those. And then the hamburger and bacon, and then breaded panko fried Oaxaca cheese, and then onion rings and jalapeno, fried jalapenos. And there's provolone cheese on the burger, and then the burger was stuffed with an herb cream cheese. Oh, there was a fried egg, yeah. 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 So it was 2 donuts and surprisingly, the burger stayed together to the very end. It was so good, and it had so many interesting textures and flavor combinations going on. Every single bite was unique. We were our eyes were lighting up with every single bite. Yeah. 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 Tough. Oh yeah, they go live on Thursdays. Yeah, they're on YouTube. They should be. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised the Fungineers only have like they have less than 1,500 followers, subscribers. So I'm surprised. Like they should just go to Twitch. That's not a ton. That's a small amount. Not on YouTube. You know what I mean? Because YouTube's so noisy. Oh, nice. No, like for them to like only go live to YouTube. Like someone like Mark Rabila, he goes live to YouTube and it's like worth his time to do that versus trying to build up the Twitch channel. Right? Because he has like hardly any followers on Twitch. Although he has been doing a little bit more on Twitch lately. But like he has millions of followers on YouTube. And so when he goes live to YouTube or to Facebook, and Facebook and YouTube have a tipping function. So you can, you know, if you have enough viewers, it does start to make money for you. But like right now, they only have 23 watching. Yeah, of course, Twitch has it even better. Twitch has it the best. Like there's multiple levels and multiple ways that a channel can engage their audience to contribute to them. YouTube, you know, only it's pretty one-dimensional in that sense. The same thing with Facebook. Yeah, but even though people know YouTube, but not all of them know about tipping on YouTube. Not all of them are so deep into using YouTube that they support artists. Like they just know YouTube for, you know, watching free videos online. Dance party. Yes. Yeah, let's finish the drywall and game plan the paint. You know what I mean? Because the drywall, like, it cracked a little bit. So I think it needs... yeah. Yeah. It just needs a little more leaven. A little more putty. I think the spackle. A little more honey. Stuff it with some honey. That's exactly. Huh. Some Gorilla Glue. We should have totally tried to fix the ceiling with that ramen noodle hack. You know, where they fill it with all the ramen noodles and put all of the freaking super glue. Yeah, we could have done anything. We could have used anything to seal up that hole. We didn't have to use drywall. Yeah, my baby. My ceiling in my kitchen. Almost a year ago, I like finished with the shower and I was downstairs and I heard this like leaking noise and I looked up and the whole ceiling was like getting, you know, a wet stain patch from, you know, yeah, so the plumber came the next day and he just cut this big old hole there so you could look inside. And then the insurance wouldn't cover that plumber to do that job. And so he just like left me with a hole in my ceiling. And I was gonna get it fixed. I was gonna get like another plumber to come in, but then it stopped leaking. It like never leaked again. And so I realized it's probably not the pipes themselves. It's probably I somehow got water somewhere else where I need to like recaulk it. So I just never fixed the hole. It's been almost a year. So I've just had this hole in my kitchen. But now I don't. And then paint. I can like hold a hammer up and help you a little bit. I'll hold the hammer up. I supported it. I did it. You totally did not take advantage of the, you did not take advantage of the support I was giving you. You could have had a free hand, but instead you were, you know, yeah. Hi, John. Yeah. Yeah. I can double mute him just to make sure he stays muted. What are you gonna do, Taff? Are you gonna like go get a new headphones or? Yeah. Echo? Mm-hmm. Cool. Nice. Eh. Huh? That's funny.
Doing this, huh?
Yeah, I got yelled at and said I can't be lazy, I guess.
Yeah, me neither.
Last year I was doing about 3 to 4 months where I was doing about 60-hour days or 60-hour weeks.
60-hour days, and that's
a little much.
That's really great.
When you've done like 4 or 5 12-hour shifts, they all just kind of blend together. Oh, so this is what 60-hour day feels like.
Yeah.
What is my life?
Apparently, it is protecting a child dragon with its biggest stats while getting it a bunny hammer. That is apparently your life. And getting yelled at by a small, angry German woman.
Yes. Yes.
But at least if you get yelled at someone, it is at least an angry German woman. They are some of the most angry sounding people in the world.
Yes. Yes, they are. It's amazing to listen to them. Because she's so tiny and she's so full of rage. We're just like, yes, yes, more rage, more anger, just all the yes. Keep going. Ah, beautiful thing. But this is a quite hefty roll of things that are going to be very soon used.
Good.
And I even have a Dremel to do the detailing work with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sweet.
All the players.
Hey, that's cool, man.
I have a soldering
Keep it up.
iron if you need it.
Huh?
I have a soldering iron if you need to use it when you're here.
I think so. When Edward was helping me with a couple of his friends, a couple of bags went missing. So I think some of the people may not have been too trustworthy. Also, Hannah.
Okay.
Because I've been looking at getting the one thing.
Yeah.
I've got commercials for everything but the one thing.
I'll help you later.
YouTube is apparently my enemy now. Because I'll sit there and listen to metal for like 20, 30 minutes, and then it slips in Mariah Carey. That is a tone shift you don't want.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get ready for feeding Nick for the work he's gonna help me with. But I'll see you guys on Monday, on Thursday. I hope you have a good weekend.
Bye bye.
Ladies, have a good weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
You're
Love you guys.
Tomorrow, right?
See you guys. Hey, bye, Joe. I'm leaving. I'm saying goodbye.
Joe.
See ya.
Stay safe.
Pure aloha, guys.
We're hanging.
Hey, you're streaming
Yeah.
tomorrow, right, Elise, right?
Yeah, I'm streaming. You know, I stream on Friday. Yeah. There we go. Much love. Pure aloha.
My keys are. It doesn't look right.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. But, you know, Laura, the best is when you're in person with other people and you could do that and you can, like, make a whole circle, everybody connecting and making hearts. And you could do it this way.
Oh yeah, it's been done.
All you gotta do is just say I love you and share it and pass it along, and it just works. Just works.
I did actually share it today.
Yeah, kids love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
See you guys.
Bye.
See you later.
All right, that was fun. Huh, Bitcoin? Yeah, it's fun. We gotta go home. We gotta go home and get ready to do some work. What? What? Oh my goodness. All right, I've got one. Let's go. I just want to go say hi to Rhino, my one viewer. But tomorrow we should have a lot of fun. We should have a lot of fun. Best Life Friday. I don't know what I'm gonna stream about. Gonna have to figure that out. It'll be chill. We'll definitely listen to some nice music and chill, Bitcoin, huh? We'll live the best life. All right, let's go give Rhino some tea love.